All right, good morning councillors and all those who are present in the chamber today and those watching online. I'd like to declare the meeting open on Wednesday the 16th of July 2025 at 9:35am. And firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and I also like to pay my respects to their elders past and present and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are present today. I would like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does in state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors to the left of the gallery and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. All members of the public present at the meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed and turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides, and this period may include future meetings. I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind councillors of our standing orders, in particular 8.1.5, that we must treat each other or address each other and other local government officers respectfully at all times. I also remind councillors of 8.1.6, only one councillor should speak at a time. I would also like to note that today in the CEO's chair as Acting CEO we have General Manager of Organisational Services, Acting CEO Amanda Perfumi, and a lot of people have asked me online, so I also wanted to outline for public who have asked that on my right we have the Governance Manager Tony Bain, and that's who sits on the right. So welcome everybody this morning. I'll just move through to agenda item number 2, leave of absence. I don't have any leave of absence, which is pretty amazing given the level of illness. And I will note that I was away last week for the record as well, and during that time the Deputy Mayor stood in for me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. During that time the agenda was set as well. So, sorry, I do have Councillor Rendell's online and he is requesting to participate in the general meeting via teleconference due to illness. So can I have a mover that permission be granted for Councillor Rendell's to participate in the meeting via teleconference? Moved by Councillor Bishop. So now put the motion. Oh, sorry, seconder? Seconded by Councillor Colley, I think was the second hand up. And I now put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Rendell's is out of the room. That's carried. Moving to agenda item number 3, devotional segment, and I'd like to invite Pastor Linda Grieve from C3 Church to lead council in a brief devotional segment.
Good morning, everybody. How are we? Great. Oh, sorry, I just violated the only one can talk at a time. Sorry. Okay, so good morning to council members and guests. As we begin today's meeting, I'd like to offer a brief devotional. I am Linda Grieve, pastor of C3 Church, Redland Bay. In the book of Micah 6:8, the prophet says, "He has shown you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before your God." This verse is a powerful reminder for anyone in leadership, especially those entrusted with the well-being of a community. To act justly means to make decisions that are fair, balanced, and rooted in truth. As leaders, you often face complex issues with competing interests, but justice calls for a commitment to doing what is right, not just what is easy or popular, as I'm sure you all know, a tough gig. To love mercy reminds us that compassion should guide our interactions. Policies and procedures do matter, but so do people. Loving mercy means keeping humanity at the heart of all governance, showing grace to those who need a second chance, and extending kindness where it's least expected. To walk humbly with your God speaks to posture not of power but of service. Humility in leadership doesn't mean weakness. It means listening well, learning always, and recognising that the weight of this responsibility that we carry is shared with others and with God. So as we deliberate today, may you be guided by justice, anchored in mercy and led in humility. May your decisions reflect the best of our shared values and serve the good of all people in this fantastic city that we get to live in. I would just like to pray. Gracious God, thank you for these leaders in this room today who have answered the call to serve our community. I ask that you grant them wisdom in their decisions, unity in their discussions, and strength for the tasks at hand. May their leadership reflect your justice, your mercy, and your humility. Be with them, lead and guide them, I pray. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you this morning, and I pray you have a great day and a great week.
Thank you. Right, councillors, I'm not aware of any condolences today, so I now move on to agenda item number 4, which is recognition of achievement. And today I would like to acknowledge and recognise Ormiston resident Peter Delaboltis, who was recently named in the King's Birthday Honours List for his outstanding service to the community. King's Birthday Honours recognise the very best of the best in our community and awarded by the Governor-General of Australia, Her Excellency the Honourable Sam Mostyn, AC. And Mr Delaboltis was one of 114 Queenslanders named on the 2025 list, receiving a Public Service Medal for outstanding service in the delivery and access to legal services for disadvantaged and vulnerable community members in Queensland. And for those who know Peter, this award comes as no surprise. Across his 35-year career with Legal Aid Queensland, he has represented many individuals in high-profile cases, including before the Supreme Court and appellant jurisdictions. His extensive legal experience and leadership skills have seen him elevated to several senior positions across his career at LAQ, including Serious Crime Principal Lawyer, Director of Criminal Law Services, Senior Director of Legal Practice, and Senior Executive Director of Legal Practice. Known as an innovative and transformational leader, Mr Delaboltis has successfully advocated for additional funding and organisational changes that have delivered benefits for LAQ's clients, staff and private lawyers. He has also played a key role in a series of Queensland justice system reforms at LAQ, including in the youth justice space, where he has contributed to the implementation of Mental Health Review Tribunal representation and the establishment of LAQ's Youth Legal Advice Hotline and associated support programs. During his career, he's also helped with the delivery of legal services for people impacted by natural disasters and clients who have appeared before Royal Commissions for Disability and Defence and Veteran Suicide. His other career achievements include contributing to First Nations initiatives at LAQ, helping to advance a graduate lawyer program and an equitable briefing program for barristers, and ensuring the continuity of LAQ's essential services to support client needs during natural disasters and lockdowns for COVID-19. Mr Delaboltis is known as an authentic and motivational people manager who leads with empathy and humility. regularly visiting LAQ's 13 regional offices to meet with staff and stakeholders. And after 35 years with LAQ, he still embodies the values, diversity and culture of the organisation and remains just as dedicated to making a difference in the lives of his clients today as when he started in the job. On behalf of the Redlands Coast residents, I'd like to congratulate Mr Delaboltis for receiving a King's Birthday honour and recognise his outstanding service to the community. Could we please have a round of applause? And Mr Delaboltis is here today with, I understand, Helen and Archie as well, down the back. And Mr Delaboltis, if you'd like to come forward, we have a certificate and some flowers for you. And if, with your permission, we'd like to take a photo as well. Well, it was quite incredible hearing that story. It's very inspiring that we've got people like that in our community. Yeah, doing amazing things. So I move to agenda item number 5, which is receipt and confirmation of minutes, and we now move into that space. We have 2 lots of minutes to confirm today, and the first is agenda item number 5.1, which is the minutes of the general meeting on the 18th of June 2025. May I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 18th of June 2025 be confirmed? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Are there any comments in relation to the correctness of the minutes? No? All right. Would you like to sum up at all, Councillor Bishop? All right. So I now put the motion. Those in favour? And Councillor Rendell. So we've got Councillor Rendell's online. Yep.
Fine.
It's carried unanimously. And the second item is 5.2 minutes at the special budget meeting of 23rd of June 2025. Mover and seconder that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 23rd of June 2025 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Hughes. Have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. Anyone, any comments in relation to the correctness of those minutes? No, thank you. Would you like to sum up at all, Councillor Hughes?
Very quickly, thank you. Credit to the team for these 2 back-to-back long meetings that they've put together. Such great minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. Sorry, just confirming, Councillor Tolty, you had your hand up, didn't you? I did just looked away. Thank you. And councillors, given that we've got another agenda item coming up, I'd like to move, a mover and seconder to move that agenda items number 9 and 10 of this agenda be discussed as the next items of business in order to expedite that process. So we're up to agenda item number 6, which is direct declaration of prescribed interests and declarable interests. And I've got some advice here that for, because we have members of the public in the room to discuss items, agenda items number 9 and 10 for public participation and petitions and presentations, that it would be beneficial if we move those agenda items forward ahead of the conflicts of interest so that those speakers can address council. So I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Baglari. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. So just to recap, I just got some advice that we could move at items number 9 and 10 on the agenda. We are coming up to agenda item number 6, which is dealing with conflicts of interest and declarable conflicts of interest, prescribed and declarable conflicts of interest. But we can change the order of business to move the public participation and the petitions forward so that the people in the galley that are speaking, or the gallery that are speaking to those items, can leave if they wish.
Excuse me, madam. Has those items been moved? Because they're always at the beginning generally. So why are they at 9 and 10?
I'll just ask for advice because I wasn't around years ago.
No, it's just... Anyway...
It was through you, Madam Mayor. They were earlier on, but it was a number of years ago. And councillors will be aware that we are reviewing standing orders, and that'll come back to council in the next month. So it's an option to move those things forward so that the public do not have to, if they've got an issue, they can listen to their issue and then leave when required. So
thanks, Tony.
All right. Councillor Colley?
Can I just... Item 11 is the motion to order the alter of business. Are we able... I mean, is that at the chair's discretion to move that to any time of the meeting?
we can, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we can, councillor, yes.
Thank you.
All right, so that was moved. So moved by Councillor Baglari, seconded by Councillor Bishop. I now put the motion to alter the alter the order of business to bring agenda items number 9 and 10 forward ahead of agenda item number 6. Those in favour? That's Councillors Baglari, Golay, Hewlett, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, myself, Councillor Rendels.
Yes.
And Councillor Rendels. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Tolty and Councillor Mackenzie. The motion is carried. Sorry, Councillor Tolty, did you say something? Oh, okay, I thought I heard you speaking. So with that, we now move to agenda item number 9. So we move to public participation in accordance with section 6.10, council meeting standing orders. A period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have 2 members of the public who would like to speak today, so we will need a motion to suspend standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for 10 minutes, public participation segment, to allow members of the public to address council on matters of public interest relating to local government. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? Councillor Rendels online?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. So you may have noticed the signage in the chamber regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about, stand unless unable to do so, act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, make no comments directed at any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details on how to apply are on Council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes, dependent on the number of speakers. Withdraw the approval to address council before the time period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. And first speaker, could I please have Mr James Burton and or Mr Lachlan McGregor to move forward to the lectern to address council. And when you get there, could you please state your name and suburb or organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Okay, is that working? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for having me. Lachlan McGregor from Development Directive, which is a town planning firm based in Brisbane. We do a lot of work in Redlands, though, and probably one of the main projects you would be familiar with is Paradise Garden in Thornlands, which we've been the town planner and project manager for. I did have a presentation, a document to give, and I think you may have it. Yes, yep. I do have an A3 colour version if anyone wants it. But I will, I might just, thank you, Peter. I've got 5 minutes, so I'll be quick. The presentation today is in relation to a development proposal at 218 to 220 Middle Street in Cleveland. It is on the agenda today at item 15 for resolution to approve or otherwise today. The purpose of the meeting was to try to just contextualise the proposal a little bit and put forward as to why I think it's a good development outcome and a good design outcome for Redlands. Just a little bit about the developer. The developer is a developer of Aquins Tower, which is across the road, as well as the Cascades, which is also in the vicinity. Their main focus is to produce good legacy projects in Bayside suburbs, and their main area that they sort of invest in and partner with is in Redlands, as well as Brisbane's Bayside suburb of Wynnum. The project. I might actually just about the proposal. So it's a site containing a development approval. It already has a development approval for 8 stories. This proposal is to essentially to push towards to 9 stories, and it seeks to do that by balancing the increased height with high quality design, in our opinion, and good just fundamental principles. On page 3, I talk about sort of the key design items or the key design elements, which is that the proposal seeks to step in built form at the upper levels to encourage a lesser form sort of built at the streetscape. And so for any pedestrian at the streetscape, it will only appear as a 6-storey building. We've encouraged subtropical design, which has been specifically designed for Redlands, having large shaded balconies, large window door openings, and cross-through ventilation, so that we can so there's less reliance on things like air conditioning. But we've also incorporated greenery along on the vertical elements of the building, and introduce significant articulation of the built form, so it doesn't just present as one sort of big block building. And we've introduced a variety of apartments where we've got 2, 3 and 4 bedroom apartments to enable ageing in place, but also to provide to sort of the all community needs there. And in my opinion, this is a sort of development that should be encouraged, and I'll touch on that as to why in a moment. But I believe it's the right sort of development in the right location, and I do think it is something that that really is worth turning your mind to. In terms of the work that we've done, and I'm sure you'll get a detailed analysis from your planning team later when you get to this item. But we've undertaken a lot of work, visual amenity studies. On page 4 and 5, we've got we've undertaken photo montages to demonstrate what the building would look like on the street. And again, my opinion is that I think it blends in with the development in the area, and that sort of setting in or significant setting in of the upper levels is effective in terms of reducing built form. And as a result of that, we've also undertaken things like shadow studies, sun diagrams, and those sorts of things to understand the impacts on surrounding buildings in which there are minimal or none. And as I said, I just believe it's sort of contextually right. Really, the key point and the key presentation this morning is that I do acknowledge that building height, we are pushing above sort of, I would say, the 8-storey precedent that is in Cleveland, and we are pushing to 9 stories. That is a direct response to construction costs and feasibility issues that all developers are facing in Cleveland at the moment. And that there was, and it's on the last page of this document, but there was a feasibility study undertaken for Redland City Council by Urbis, which was shared to me as part of the revitalisation, Cleveland revitalisation strategy.
I'll just advise you're at your 5-minute time frame if you could.
Okay, I'll wrap up. But yeah, there was a feasibility study. The findings of that feasibility study, which is on the last page, was that development in Cleveland is not feasible at the moment with these construction costs. And so that I believe that if we're to push for really good design outcomes to enable some uplift, to enable development to occur, then we will get development on the ground. And I think it's a good outcome, and this project represents good design. And a good step forward for Redlands.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. Cheers.
Right, thank you for the presentation. And now can I have Mr. Andrew Howes, if you could please move forward to the lectern to address council. And again, could you please state your name and suburb or organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about?
Councillors and officers, my name is Andrew Howes. I reside in Mount Cotton, and I'm representing the Redland Swim Club based out of the Cleveland Aquatic Centre. All good? Thank you. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity and for bringing the agenda item forward so we could get going. I speak on behalf of our members. A lot of them are junior swimmers in the Redlands. And currently there's a diving ban off the blocks, the diving blocks at the 50-metre pool at the Cleveland Aquatic Centre. This was as a result of an audit conducted by the Royal Lifesaving. So essentially training for these young athletes, who many of which have aspirations for Olympics in 2032. Those technical skills of diving are put on hold. So this is putting our club, the Redland Swim Club, which has been in existence for over 50 years, putting the club and its members at risk of closure, and we need to find a solution. So hence the petition to not only fix the pool, but specifically the current real need is to remedy the diving block restriction. It's, in a nutshell, in layman's terms, the pool is too shallow and the blocks are too high. And this poses risk, which we obviously want to negate for our junior swimmers. So we're in urgent talks, and we've had assistance from council and from the officers, and we're grateful for that. This morning, some of the interim measures are affecting the families financially. I personally was up at 4:30 a.m. and took my 11-year-old son to a neighbouring jurisdiction outside of the Redland Shire to participate in some dive training to compensate for the ban. This is not a sustainable thing because these are children as young as 11 and they need to go back to the Redlands for a full day of school. The impact of this ban reaches the community and not only those competitive swimmers in the club itself. So all the high schools who hold their swimming carnivals at the facility will not be permitted to competitively dive off those blocks. So this is far-reaching beyond the members of the actual Redland Swim Club, which at current levels is at just over 100. So I stand here before you on behalf of the swimmers. We're in urgent and escalated talks as to possible solutions for this, of which there are a couple. They all come with a certain price tags. Our dream is really, and I know it's in works and I know there's plans, our dream is to have a facility that actually keeps up with the times. Looking at the Chandler Aquatic Centre, the meter far exceeds 2 meters, the diving blocks are at 800 mils. When you see these swimmers launching into the air, there's no way that we can practice those very specialised dives at the current facility. On a very pleasing note, we had a young swimmer who attended the recent Olympic qualifications for the Paris Olympics. He incidentally won his heat. He missed out by a couple of seconds, but it crossed my mind. I just imagined how many competitive dives he would have had to compensate and modify in a much shallower pool as opposed to training in a fit-for-purpose FINA standard pool. So I'm hoping and pleading on behalf of the young adults and swimmers of the Redlands, some of whom have recently qualified for the Dolphins team to participate at the World Championships. So we're proud of those achievements. Our hope and dream is that with the looming Olympics, that somewhere in the plans is a public pool to service the Redlands and our young swimmers. Families travel as far as Redland Bay to bring their children to swimming, which can be up to 5 to 6 times a week. So hopefully this brings awareness to our plight at the moment. We want to work with council, with the management company. We feel that action needs to be taken urgently. Time is ticking. It impacts the larger community. And we really want to see our youth being active, staying in the sport of swimming. Queensland, I believe, stand to be corrected, is up there as the swimming capital of Australia. So we'd like to aspire to those hopes and dreams.
Just letting you know you're at time.
Yeah. In closing, if you can cast your mind back to when you were watching or had dreams and aspirations and seeing our Olympians launching off those blocks, I'd hate for this chapter in the history of the Redland Swim Club to be the end of some of those dreams for these youth swimmers. So thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your meeting, and thank you again.
Don't have a copy of mine. Could I please have a move and second that the meeting standing orders resume? Thank you to both speakers as well. So moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Move to agenda item number 10, which is petitions and presentations. And I've been advised that we have one petition today. And that is to be moved by Councillor Mitchell. So, Councillor, do I have a seconder for the motion? Oh, sorry, speak to it first. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a petition from residents requesting the Redland City Council 50-metre swimming pool located at Cleveland Aquatic Centre is no longer adequate enough for our rising swimmers to progress and develop in their chosen sport of swimming. Diving off the existing blocks is prohibited, and this is simply not good enough if swimmers are to compete and excel at any competitive level of swimming. Please consider this serious enough to fix now. I'll move this petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the CEO for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Bishop? And do I put the motion? Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried unanimously. And I've not been advised of any presentations today. So now we move back to agenda item number 6. Which is declaration of prescribed conflict of interests and declarable conflict of interests. So councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interests relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting, and I'll ask if anyone needs to raise any conflicts of interest, and I'll first start with myself. So I declare that I have a conflict of interest in agenda item number 13.6, and that is because that I'm the subject of a third independent investigation report returned to council within the last 6 months in relation to 6 OIA complaints, 1 identified and 5 anonymous, made against posts and public comments posted to and on my Facebook page. Are there any other councillors that have a conflict of interest to declare? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I would like to have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest, and the subject is MCU 24/0117. The address of that MCU, material change of use, is 1 Round Shop Road, Thornlands. And the details of my conflict or declarable conflict is one of the submitters, Mr. Ewald, is the chair of Redlands Church of Christ. I am a member and have worshipped at the church for over 30 years and obviously know Ken well. I, Councillor Tracy Hughes, declare that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to MCU 24/0117, and I'm seeking approval to participate in all future statutory and non-statutory meetings. I have considered my position and am firmly of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter in the public interest at both future statutory and non-statutory meetings. Thank you.
Did the councillor mention the actual item number of the...
Yes, yes, Councillor Hughes did.
Oh, is that for future? Sorry.
Sorry, I don't think you did you have your microphone on then, councillors? I can't see the... You did? Did you have your microphone on? Yep, did. Good, excellent, thank you. So yeah, mover and a seconder, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Councillor Rendels?
Yes.
Okay, so that's carried by Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolte. Councillor Tolte, yes. Councillor Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, Rendels and myself, and Councillor Hughes is the subject councillor. And I'm just going back to my conflict of interest because I don't know for the record if I stated that I'll be removing myself from the room. So just making sure that that was on the record. All right, councillors. Under section 150EW of the Local Government Act 2009, if a councillor reasonably believes or reasonably suspects that another councillor has a declarable...
I had a conflict of interest, Mayor.
Pardon?
Have you moved on? I had a conflict of interest to declare.
You have a conflict of interest to declare? I'm moving into conflicts now, yes?
I thought we were already in them. Tracy just did hers.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were raising a conflict of interest.
If I can? You want me to do that now?
Yes.
Okay. I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 13.6 in that my image is subject and many comments about me are subject to that matter. That I would seek approval at all statutory and future meetings and non-statutory meetings to participate in those matters and in the best interest of the community and the council.
So we have a mover. So we have a mover and seconder.
She's declared it.
I'm the mover.
Declared, so seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Tolte.
I'm declaring a declarable conflict.
Okay, so we need a move and second to see if Councillor Tolte has a conflict. So moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. So this is in relation to agenda item 13.6. Councillor Tolte has raised a declarable conflict of interest, and we now put that to the vote. So it's been moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie.
May I seek clarification? Are we voting on the fact that she has moved, she has a declarable, and we will have a subsequent vote?
So this will be a subsequent vote. So this is if a conflict exists, and then there'll be a vote to whether for the second part.
Point of order, Mayor, I don't believe that's correct.
That's the advice that I'm getting from governance.
That is the case usually if another councillor moves it. If you move your own, there's only one vote required.
My apologies, councillor, you're correct. So this is to whether you stay in the meeting or not. So you've declared a conflict and this is to stay in the meeting. So it's moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie to stay in.
So I will...
So to be able to stay in, so Councillor Tolte has already, through the chair, Madam Mayor, Councillor Tolte has declared a conflict of interest. The next item is to whether Councillor Tolte wishes to stay in. So we need a mover and a seconder for her to stay in. It was moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Mackenzie for Councillor Tolte to stay in the meeting when item 13.6 is considered. So we'll just vote on that now.
So did everyone hear that second point and clear on it? So we are now voting with the exclusion of...
Could I just ask a technical question, please?
Councillor Tolte?
Given that the Mayor's already declared a conflict of interest in this, does the Mayor vote in this?
No, the Mayor does not vote on 13.6.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, Madam Chair.
So this is Councillor Tolte, who has requested to stay in the room and continue to have input into the matter. And it's been moved and seconded, so I put the motion. Those in favour? So, but stay in the room and participate in the decision-making process. So, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Golay, Councillor Bishop. Sorry, Colley. Councillor Bishop. And online?
Yes.
Councillor Rendles. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett. Motion's carried.
I also have a prescribed conflict of
I have
interest.
abstained. So just I will be moving.
May I also, we're still
I'm
on
just going
conflicts.
to continue on at the moment, so I will just be going through.
Point of order, Mayor. A councillor can declare a conflict of interest at any time during the meeting.
Yeah.
I believe Councillor Endorse has just said he would like.
So I had Councillor Tolty. I had actually commenced my raising an issue, so I want to move through because I had started. I need to interject, but I'd like to start
with respect through the
of interest, and I had started.
With respect, Madam Mayor.
If I can just take a moment, thank you. That's what I'm going to seek. So I had actually started my preamble and reading, so I was interrupted initially, and I'd like to continue, but I will now seek advice. So thank you, councillors. I'm going to take a moment to seek advice. All right, so I've got advice that as the chair, it's up to me whether I continue. So because I had started on my raising this particular issue, I will continue and then we can go from there. So councillors under section, as I had commenced before, councillors under section 150 EW of the Local Government Act 2009, if a councillor reasonably believes or reasonably suspects that another councillor has a declarable conflict of interest in a matter to be discussed at the general meeting and has not informed the meeting about the interest, the councillor must advise the chairperson of the meeting as soon as practicable about the belief or suspicion that the facts and circumstances that form the basis of the belief or suspicion. Please note that it is the local government department's view that to be considered a personal interest, the relationship...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
...must need to... Councillor Rendles?
That in the preamble, you were stating that the section that you're responding under is when a councillor has not declared a conflict. You are precluding councillors making a declaration. Ergo, your comments should not proceed until after councillors have had an opportunity to self-declare, if that is in fact the case. That's the logical consistency of the code that you're referring to.
So Redland City Council's process is to submit online forms in relation to declarable conflicts of interest, and no forms have been received to date other than those received, I understand, by Councillor Hughes and myself. So I remind councillors that these forms need to be submitted. I had commenced my point.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I'm still addressing Councillor Rendell's point of order. Okay. So I believe, Councillor Rendles, that I'll seek further advice and clarification, but I believe that I'm able to continue as the chair. I had commenced this point. I have sought legal advice, so I'd like to gain further comment internally, but we'll deal with this one at a time. So, Peter Cardiff, do you have any advice in relation to this issue? As the chair, I believe I am able to continue with the points that I had started in raising declarable conflicts of interest.
Microphone. It's not something that I have given thought to, so I'd have to take it on notice to check what the standing orders say.
All right, so we'll adjourn for a moment to seek clarification. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Mr. Cardiff, Peter Cardiff, how long do you think that you would require? So we will adjourn for 15 minutes. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Bulgari. Those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Rendles?
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. Those against? Councillor Colley. The motion is carried. We are now adjourning for 15 minutes to gain some advice. Thank you. Yes, all right. Can I have a mover and seconder moving back into standing orders? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
Resume the meeting. So those in favour? And Councillor Rendell's online said yes. That's carried unanimously. All right, so I have now sought legal advice over the break, and what will be the most seamless way to do it, despite my having started before, will be to allow each councillor to go through any declarable conflict of interest, and then I will move back to the Appendix 6 and raise the point that I started. So Councillor Rendell's going back to you.
Sorry, Mayor, just before we get to that self-declaration by individual councillors, can I just highlight that where a councillor is declaring that conflict of interest, it must be the different conflict of interest to the previous councillor is declaring, because otherwise they should have declared it previously to that process. So we can't have councillors voting on conflicts of interest that they're self-declaring on that is really the same conflict of interest that the previous person declared.
Sorry,
clear?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Sorry, through me. Sorry, Councillor Tolte, would you like to state your question again?
I don't understand the advice that was just given me.
So when you're making your declaration of conflict of interest, you have to articulate what it is the conflict that you want to put on the record. So you put on yours, Councillor Tolte, that you were in the Facebook post with your image and that there. So if that also had have had Councillor Rendell's in it, then he should have declared that at the same time as you. So, well, no, he just needs to make sure when he comes his turn to make his declaration that it's not the same thing that you just declared, because otherwise he would have already been conflicted and should not have participated in the vote in relation to your conflict of interest.
Can I just clarify that further, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Tolte.
So are you saying it's not, for the second councillor declaring, the same conflict is if they're declaring that their conflict is because of my image and my name being in it, or are you saying it's because their image and their name was in it?
Technically, yes. So you just need to make sure that they're not talking about the same conflicts right from the very beginning.
Same conflicts. I mean, more than one councillor can have the same conflict in a matter for themselves.
Yes, and that's what we have to find out, what those conflicts are, to make sure that they shouldn't have been conflicted at the beginning and not voted. So when you were making your declaration, if Councillor Rendell's was going to make exactly the same point, he should have spoken up then and said, I need to put my declaration in because it's the same thing.
Which he tried to do.
Well, he's got a different one as far as I know.
I don't know.
But we'll get to him.
Mine is a different one.
All right.
So I think to clarify, perhaps if I ask all councillors now to be mindful that if you're declaring, or and just correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, that if you're going to be making a declarable conflict of interest, you have to ensure that it's an independent and individual one, not correlating with the previous, because then you shouldn't have taken part in the vote for those issues. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
All right. Councillor Tolte, you need further explanation. You said it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I still don't understand what's being said, but I think we'll just leave it and watch.
Well, I think for clarity, everyone needs to fully understand this point so that everyone is voting appropriately, because you can't, if you don't understand, then you can't properly vote or take part in the process. So you really need to understand.
My conflict was very specific to me, so I don't see how any other councillor could have that same conflict.
Peter, if you've got an example.
I agree. If they have a different conflict, then we are okay to proceed.
Right. Councillor Rendell's back to you.
Thank you. Is my audio quality okay?
Yes, it is.
Yep, good. That I would like to declare a potential conflict in respect to the unredacted version of the Mayor's evidence in respect to 13.6.
Point of...
Within...
So, Councillor Bishop?
I'm not sure that a potential conflict is it declarable or prescribed?
Declarable.
Okay, thank you.
The declarable conflict is in respect to the unredacted testimony or evidence or statement by the Mayor in relation to 13.6, in which she alleges that
Councillor Tolte, Councillor Rendels, just bearing in mind that that's a confidential report, and we are currently in open session.
That's okay. I'm not listing the report, but it's in respect to
I think that's
comments
that's all you need to probably outline.
But that if I just clarify that these were comments made prior to the election, during the campaign, and comments which I dispute.
I'll stop you there because this, again, it's a confidential report and we are currently in open session. So you've declared, sorry, if you could, you've made a declaration of...
I've made a declaration that there...
Declarable conflict of interest, you've stated that.
In relation to comments that were attributed to me prior to the election, in which case I would maintain that they do not affect my capacity to be able to comment on matters post the election, and that I can adequately represent the interests of the community and the city in any deliberations.
So, Councillor, Peter, can I get some legal advice in relation to this issue?
I think Councillor Rendels has articulated what he perceived as being his declaration of interest, and now it needs to be put to the vote.
Thank you, Peter. So we'll put that to the vote. We need to move it into seconder. Clarity? Yes. Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to legal. Unless the unredacted report has been made available to all councillors and they have read that unredacted report and that's been made available to all, I don't see how a conflict can be declared and then councillors who haven't read that unredacted report don't know what that conflict is. Yes, there's been a self-declaration, but unless that unredacted report in its fullest extent is provided to all councillors right here, right now, and we adjourn to go and read that full report, how do you then summarise a conflict, especially for a public record? Because then the reality is that unredacted report should have been made available on the agenda for public exposure as well. I don't think you can vote on something that's confidential in this scenario, and I think that there's too many details in the unredacted report that haven't been tabled, so I don't see that there's a conflict there, and I think we're treading a very fine line here with Councillor Rendels trying to highlight that.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Peter, do you have any response to the issue that's been raised?
I don't think that Councillor Rendell's declaration is linked to any material which is not in the public domain or is confidential. It seems to be very generic about things that may have been posted online prior to the election, and he simply wants to get that on the record as maybe it is a declarable conflict of interest for him, and it's that you're being asked to vote on.
Again, through you, Chair, to Peter, again, he mentions the unredacted report, so has every councillor had access to that unredacted report to formalise whether there is an actual conflict? Whether he's mentioned it before after whatever. It's still a report that not everyone has
Councillor
access
Golley, I will raise the point that the redacted report removes identities, and perhaps, Chris Villa, you could provide the, advice in relation to the difference between the redacted and unredacted report and what difference that may make to decision making, and clarify which copies was provided.
Through you, Chair. The redacted version of the full investigation report that was put up for councillors on Diligent had information removed that was personal information to individuals, so names of members of the public or what is considered sensitive information under the Information Privacy Act for individuals was removed, and also information that was deemed irrelevant to the allegation and the decision that was arrived at by the investigator or that would assist councillors in making their decision. As to who obtained copies of the unredacted report, so all councillors were able to make a Section 170A request if they wish to gain access to that. There have been, Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, I believe, councillors that have accessed that report.
Thank you. Councillor Boglari, you had a question.
The conflict of interest, in my opinion, which I'd like to seek clarification on, that Councillor Rendels has mentioned, I have not seen the unredacted report, but on what I have seen, what he's declaring was not actually related to this. So if that's his conflict, then he wouldn't have a conflict based on that. So that's why I'm seeking clarity as to what relevance did it have to item number 13.6 today.
So I think that's for the determination of councillors, basically. That's why we're here. So you make a determination. So Councillor Rendels has raised or making a declarable conflict of interest. So councillors then vote on that and then saying.
In my opinion, on what he's saying is his conflict isn't relevant to it, so therefore he wouldn't have one based on that.
Well, I guess he's raised it, and so I think he's raised it, and now we put that to the vote, essentially. So it's a process. So that being said, move and second. Yep. So now we're voting. We need a mover and seconder, and we're voting on whether Councillor Rendell stays. Your request was to stay in the room as per Councillor Tolte. Is that correct? And to be able to have input into the decision-making process.
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
So moved by Councillor McKenzie, seconded by Councillor Colley. I put the motion. Those in favour of Councillor Rendell staying in the room to take part in the decision-making process. So that's Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, McKenzie, Tolte, Hughes, Colley and Bishop. And obviously myself and Councillor Rendell's not voting. Abstaining, yep. The motion's carried. All right, next. Anyone else? No? All right. So I will resume.
Sorry, we just have to exhaust the self-declarations before we move on to Appendix 6, which is suspected declarations.
So do we have any other self-declarations by councillors in the room? No. All right. So now I move to Appendix 6 of the standing orders. So commencing back where I started before, and I'd read out the preamble. So I'll begin with explaining that I raised an issue with the OAA, and then I gained some independent legal advice in order to raise the concerns that I had that some councillors may have a conflict of interest in order to deal with the matter appropriately. And that advice under the Act was provided to the CEO once it was obtained, and I gave prior warning as well to governance that would be coming as soon as I was made aware that that was finalised. So under Section 150EW of the Local Government Act, pursuant to my letter dated the 15th of July 2025, which was sent to the acting CEO via the CEO's address, in accordance with section 150 EW subsection 2B, I have given notice that I believe on reasonable grounds that several councillors have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to agenda item number 13.6, and therefore their participation in a decision on same would be a contravention of section 150 EPA of the Local Government Act 2009. I reasonably believe the following councillors have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to both complaints, and these councillors are Councillor Julie Talty, Councillor Paul Golle, Councillor Peter Mitchell, Councillor Roanne McKenzie, Councillor Jason Colley and Councillor Shane Rendalls. And I'll explain why. So under section 150 EN, conflicts exist if there is a difference between personal interests and the public interest, and the participation of the councillor in the decision-making process would lead to a decision contrary to public interest. The public interest is obviously the unbiased pursuit of due process and exercise of natural justice, and natural justice requires a decision-maker to be neutral or free from any bias. As to personal interest, the normal dictionary meaning applies. Conflict is binary, so even the smallest percentage is indicative of a conflict, and I therefore believe the named councillors must be excluded. And to explain that with an analogy, it doesn't matter how pregnant you are, whether you're a week pregnant or 9 months pregnant, you are still pregnant. So the percentage of conflict does not matter. A conflict is a conflict. So if I move through each process, as we've moved through the process similarly, I put forward that Councillor Talty has a declarable conflict of interest.
Point of order, Mayor. I've already declared my conflict, so therefore the point is moot.
Councillor, I've already received legal advice and I'm able to move through to Appendix 6 and go through this process and raise my concerns about declarable conflict of interest.
So you're saying I have a declarable conflict. I said I have a declarable conflict. I have already been voted by the councillors to stay in the room.
Yeah, my conflicts is different to yours, so I'm raising different issues.
Okay.
Thank you. So in relation to these particular complaints, Councillor Talty put forward the motion of portfolios to Council in the February general meeting while I was overseas and has a personal interest in the outcome as a portfolio holder. She was present at the workshop with councillors when it was discussed and would therefore have knowledge that I was not present on that day. Councillor Talty commented on Facebook on the 16th of February 2025 and stated, "The Mayor has been well aware of the matter and included in discussions in relation to her motion that she brought to Council in February 2025, so has a firm view as stated in that publicly available post. The BDO report made a finding that the complaint is unsubstantiated and as per the above, Councillor Talty would have knowledge of this. Therefore, Councillor Talty is integrally in a factual matrix in which the complaint is couched and has spoken on the issue publicly, declaring a perspective and a point of view. It is therefore clearly in her personal interest for her past statement to be vindicated, which would be consistent with suggestion that her past statements were true. And in relation to complaint 2 specifically, I submit that any councillor who has allowed negative publications on their own social media, which may contravene the Code of Conduct, has no standing to make decisions about my publications. A negative finding against me would support the views that are already expressed on their own and other social media pages. Page 150 of the report contains, as has been referenced, a social media post made by Councillor Talty, which is a critical commentary of me, but there's a much broader context to this. It should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in the outcome. That is in the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct.
Point of order.
Councillor McKenzie.
Can I just seek some clarification on whether when someone is raising a declarable conflict of interest, they can seek and make a case for it, or they're just declaring the interest? So the Mayor has stated that the Councillor Talty has a personal interest in it, but is trying to, I guess, litigate it.
I'm putting forward the issues that that have been relied upon to support or to explain rather the conflict of interest. So they differ from the first raised. Councillor Bishop.
Just a question and clarification, Chair. Just seeking that this wording, is this your own wording or is this the legal advice?
So this is based on the legal. This is mostly the legal advice, with an explanation of why, around the legal advice.
I just think it's important to clarify that if this is legal advice that you have externally, that's important to clarify.
Yes. So legal advice was obtained, and these are the points raised within the legal advice.
Thank you.
Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned, that is the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation. It should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in the outcome. That is the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation or conduct. Such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned in a negative light, they would naturally wish to determine an outcome that would dispute those comments and vindicate them. Councillor Tolte's name appears on pages 55, 61, 63, 68, 69, 83, 85, 91, 94 and 148 of the BDO report. It is clear that Councillor Tolte is so intrinsically involved, her personal interest in her good name is an issue. Further, or alternatively, a display of bias would prevent the exercise of natural justice in achieving a decision regarding the complaints. As such, any councillor who has specifically targeted me or expressed a predetermined opinion has demonstrated bias. The prevention of the exercise of natural justice is not in the public interest. In this regard, I identified that Councillor Tolte's post referred to on pages 150 to 152 of the report, which expresses a clear opinion and bias against me. Accordingly, I submit she must be excluded from participation in the decision-making process for both complaints. And so, pursuant to section 150EX subsection 2B, the eligible councillors must make a determination as to Councillor Tolte's if she has a declarable conflict of interest, and then under section 150ES subsection 3, decide whether Councillor Tolte may participate in the decision despite her conflict. Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. So just so I understand, you're suggesting that the Deputy Mayor has a conflict because she expressed an interest in portfolios through her natural work process, and then because, the Deputy Mayor didn't name herself, and again, this comes back to the unredacted report, where through your process you have named the Deputy Mayor believing there's a conflict. So are we saying there's a conflict because the Deputy Mayor had an interest in portfolios and because her name was mentioned in the report?
No, as I stated, there is a number of factors, and so Councillor Tolte is so intrinsically meshed into the factual matrix, as I said, of this complaint, and has an interest in the outcome of determining this complaint. So, if this complaint was found to be upheld, obviously it would vindicate for all the reasons that I outlined.
But all councillors, Mayor, have to, under legislation, work through this process, whether they had an involvement in the workload or the work case. So to suggest now,
I think Councillor Golly, we've now. So I'm outlining the reasons as you know, as per the process. So I think we outline the reasons, and then it goes to the vote, and the councillors.
But Mayor, if that's the
may I also ask a question, Mayor?
Sorry, one at a time. Thank you, Councillor Golay.
Sorry. So if that's the case, and the interest or the conflict is because someone was mentioned in the unredacted report, because that's what we're referring to. One, we're sort of walking a fine line here, but all councillors were mentioned.
I don't believe all councillors were mentioned. I'm not sure.
Well, they
but
were.
as I've outlined, Councillor Golay, the reasons are, as I just stated. So Councillor Tolte's named throughout the report very heavily, and as I said, has made public comment in relation to a decision or a view, a predetermined view, already in relation to this matter, and then has a very vested interest, obviously, because of those things in the outcome of the complaint.
But Mayor, the same could be said if another councillor who was against portfolios went to social media and said, I don't agree with it. They've also got a vested interest. And if they're mentioned in the report, which, again, the unredacted report is not being tabled.
Thank you, Councillor.
I think this is a long bow.
Yeah, well, that's, again, I'm stating my reasons for believing that there is a declarable conflict of interest, and as I said, the motion was put forward by Councillor Tolte. There is a predetermined view already stated publicly about the perception and the view, her personal view, and so you're then asking a councillor to make a decision having exercised and given a predetermined view, which is reliant or very, very much intrinsic to the decision of this complaint.
Mayor, I think this report needs to be deferred and left on the table. You're going down the road of the unredacted report in an open session.
No, I'm not actually. So I've referred to pages, and as Councillor Rendels had done before. So I think those are the reasons I've stated, and I don't want to argue them now. So I've taken your point. Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. I would like to move a procedural motion. I, through the chair, refer to our governance advisors in regard to the matter, much of which relates to the item 13.6, and I wonder if there is a process by which we could defer that item and allow time for everyone, because there are many parties involved here, to be able to be clear on the process. And I would seek, through the chair, guidance from the governance as to that process. So in the short term, I would propose that a motion to suspend, that we actually that we pause this meeting and we have a cessation and consider whether we should pause 13.6, whether that can happen at this point. Let that lay on the table.
So, Councillor Bishop, can you very clearly articulate what you want to do so I can seek some guidance from government?
I'm seeking to get advice about item 13.6. These points relate to 13.6. Can 13.6 be either deferred or removed from the agenda so that we can get further advice and we can proceed with the meeting for today? I know that's why we are at 6 at the moment, but I'm asking for a procedural motion to see if that's a navigable pathway, and I stand obviously in the hands of councillors and governance for the best way forward.
I agree with what you're saying, Paul, because if an allegation's put to us through the chair, we've got no way of actually defending that because it's in the unredacted report.
Okay. So, Councillor Boglari.
I'm just trying to find a solution. If we defer item number 6 and item number 13.6 to the end of the meeting so that we can get through the other work that is before us today, and then at the end of the meeting we come back to those two items.
Can I get legal advice as requested before we move on to another?
Peter, are you able to provide some legal advice in relation to what's being proposed now?
It's not something that I have preconceived an idea on. We are actually at item 6 and dealing with declarations of conflict of interest. You could suspend the order of business of the meeting to jump to another part, but you still need to come back to this at some point in time.
I
get the other work.
Yeah, I'm of the view that we should keep going and deal with the conflict of interest so that we can then move back to the agenda items.
What about Paul's procedural motion? I mean, he's made a motion.
Okay, so Councillor Bishop, what would you like to do in relation to raising a procedural motion?
Well, I was seeking that we pause the meeting, adjourn the meeting, which I can't see the item number, whatever, that we adjourn the meeting to seek further advice, and I'm in the hands of councillors with regards to that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bishop. I do think it's worth our while just going through and dealing with item 6 and moving forward so that we continue on with the agenda. But you are wishing to seek...
Well, if councillors agree, then is that the process, that we do a vote?
A vote, all right. So put the... We need a second. Procedural motion.
Question.
Right. So we put the vote to go to seek an adjournment for the purpose of...
Clarification on this item and 13.6.
For clarification, so Councillor Bishop has raised a procedural motion to seek an adjournment to gain legal advice on on conflicts of interest and then agenda item 13.6. So,
Mayor,
how long for were you seeking, Councillor Bishop?
I suggest 15
The
minutes.
procedural motion's been made. So
15 minutes is the...
I now put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Golay, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Rendels.
Against.
Yeah. So that motion is lost.
Thank you.
All right, so now, Councillor Colley.
Excuse me, Mayor. Can I just ask through you to councillors, could you actually all speak through the chair? There's a lot of sidebar conversations going on. I don't think that's fair to the public, the meeting, and particularly to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. All right, so back to the item was talking about Councillor Talty. Councillor Colley has a question.
Chair, I have a question. You mentioned before that eligible councillors will decide whether the councillor you refer to, in this instance Councillor Talty, can stay in the room. Can we have some clarification on what an eligible councillor is and who is able to participate in this vote, given that you have suggested more than half of council is going to be conflicted here? Is the vote null and void if the decision is made for somebody who is later found to have a conflict, or are those who are conflicted able to participate in the vote to determine whether there is a conflict of interest?
So, Peter, are you able to provide some advice in relation to that?
Yes. So the process that we're following here is consistent with the standing orders and Appendix 6. So what the Mayor has raised is a suspected conflict of interest in relation to 6 councillors. So the process is now that the Mayor would outline the case for that suspected conflict of interest, and then that councillor would get an opportunity to respond to it, and then there would have to be a vote about whether that councillor continues to stay in the meeting and or participate in the meeting. However, because the Mayor has named 6 councillors who are going to be caught in this process, those 6 councillors can no longer participate in the vote to decide whether each of them, as they come up, can stay in and participate in the meeting. So we will get to a point where the vote that is taken for each of the 6 identified councillors is left to the remaining councillors in the room or in the meeting, not including the Mayor. So there will only be 4 left who are able to vote.
But should be clarified that then when the vote's taken, if they don't have a declarable conflict, then they can come back in and vote. That's correct?
Correct.
I have a further question.
Please, Mayor.
Councillor Rendels?
That in your discussion, Mayor, in respect to your identified declarable conflict for the Deputy Mayor, there were 2 streams of it. One stream was the Deputy Mayor having received a portfolio and therefore having an interest in justifying that, and also having been mentioned through the report and receiving critical comments in the Facebook post that's also under question. The second stream was in respect to the Deputy Mayor's capacity to assess the factual basis of the post itself. In terms of the first limb of your argument, I would also question why was not Councillor Baglari, who also received negative coverage in the comments on the Facebook post in respect to having taken on a portfolio, as was Councillor Hewitt, who received negative comment on the Facebook post for not taking on a portfolio, and as did Councillor Bishop. In sum, all councillors who accepted and identified an interest in a portfolio received negative comment in your Facebook post. Ergo, wouldn't they all be under the same declarable conflict that you have raised, i.e. a person is either pregnant or not pregnant?
So, Councillor Rendels, in relation to your point, this was put to independent legal advice, like I said, and I received advice back in relation to possible conflicts, and this is the advice that I've received, and I've read it out. And in relation to Councillor Tolte, as I said, there was the issue that named as a portfolio, but that doesn't necessarily by itself mean anything. However, Tolte has commented on Facebook that she has a belief. That belief publicly made on the...
Referring to me only by my last name is disrespectful.
I believe I said Councillor Tolte. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tolte. My apologies, that was just an oversight. So in respect to the Facebook post on the 16th of February 2025, it indicates a predetermined view. So it's already stating that the belief essentially is that what I have stated is incorrect. So that then has an impact on the decision-making process in relation to this complaint. As I said before, can I please finish? Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Rendels.
That when you introduced this discussion, that you identified that your advice was subject to independent legal advice. You also commented that you had made additions or alterations to that advice to provide increased clarity. If you go back and listen to it, you didn't say that what you were reporting was the advice as given, but there were variations on that you've added. You are quoting advice that none of the councillors here have had an opportunity to see. And my question is, how do we know that the advice as you are presenting it is complete?
So, Councillor Rendels, the Act was complied with in terms of the provision of the legal advice to the CEO, and then I was advised to raise this at the meeting, and that is what I am doing. As I said, it is given with some points such as the example that I provided before, the analogy, which wasn't in the letter to the premise was that a conflict is a conflict.
Very simply, Mayor, we have no way of knowing what component of what you're talking about is your assessment and what component is the legal advice.
To standing order.
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Baglari.
That you cannot speak over the chair.
That's upheld, thank you. Councillor Rendels, as I was saying, it doesn't alter the advice that I've been given from legal advice and the advice that's been given to the CEO. So I am doing what I have been instructed to do by the solicitor in terms of complying with the Act. I had a concern and they're raised the concern, and that is the proper process. Then councillors will vote and determine on that, but I have fulfilled my responsibilities under the Act by raising the concern. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to that point, and you've raised a concern, and as has been discussed around the room, whether councillors are invested in a for and against way, or mentioned positive and negative, everyone is invested, much like in a material conflict of interest. Gains and losses are equally relevant. So did you, in seeking your legal advice, include all councillors in that net?
Yes.
Seeking advice?
Yes.
Does any council have it?
Yes, it was to go through the report.
Okay.
So yes.
But did you specifically mention that every councillor was in your interest?
Yes,
Because
so
of
it's just whoever had
whoever
had a conflict of interest to come up.
But it was, I'm sorry, but just to be clarified, it was your advice that you were seeking, but you specifically did ask about all councillors.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, as I said before, and just to recap, Councillor Tolty has a personal interest in terms of, and these are to be considered as a whole, in that Councillor Tolty is the person who raised the portfolio, and that was the basis for the complaint, that she knew that I was present at the workshops and would therefore know that I wasn't at the time, that Councillor Tolty commented on the 16th of February 2025 in a public way with a predetermined view, which does have an impact on the decision-making process of this complaint in relation to the motion that was brought to council. So she's stated publicly that she has a view, and then that is the basis for part of the decision that must be made. So therefore, not or making a decision contrary to the complaint, as in not supporting the complaint, would then differ from that advice that's publicly stated. So the BDO, as I said, report made a finding that the complaint number 1 was unsubstantiated.
A point of order, Mayor, you're really deflecting away from the point you're trying. It's relevant to you're raising a conflict of interest. That
if I can finish the sentence. Yeah. So as above, Councillor Tolty would have knowledge of this, and therefore Councillor Tolty is integrally in the factual matrix of which the complaint is couched. So you've spoken to the issue publicly, you've given your view. Not supporting that view would then have a personal impact upon you. And as I said, mentioned on pages 55, 61, 63, 68, 69, 83, 85, 91, 94 and 148 of the report. So that's the basis for raising the conflict. So now in terms of process,
the process now is for the councillor in question to respond to the information that has been provided to the meeting about her conflict of interest.
Yeah. Can I have a copy of your list, please, Mayor? Because this has just been thrust on me. I can't, if it's that long, I can't remember the first items that you raised, and I will need to respond to each of them.
So councillors can have a copy of the letter that was supplied to the organisation as per the requirements under the Act. If I think that is that okay?
Would have been nice to have it before the meeting.
This is going to be long while we read through it and address it to respond.
We should do a special meeting.
I asked for it, but only two of us requested.
All right. So I've just received advice. So all councillors received an email that outlined the basis for the complaint, and that was sent around. So all councillors received an email with advice in relation to the basis of this complaint. However, all councillors could have made an application to see the letter, but no application was made. However, I have... Excuse me if I can...
told it couldn't be provided until legal advice was received.
That's correct.
Okay.
But if you're approving the release of this...
But I'm just saying now that that can go to councillors.
So, Mayor, it's probably appropriate to allow them some time to have a look at it before Councillor Tolty responds.
And through you, Mayor, just to clarify that the legal letter that came in was marked private and confidential. So our internal advice was it was private and confidential. So until such time as we received either a Section 170A request to release that or some external legal advice to the contrary, we didn't release that late last night when we received the document.
It was received at 3:30 p.m.
Yep. Yep. So that's why you haven't received a copy of it. You got an email from me, councillors, as you're aware, just notifying you that I was in receipt of a legal letter from the Mayor's solicitors. I let you know that it was to do with some possible personal interests and a declarable interest, but I didn't provide you a copy of the document. But the Mayor's now advised me she's happy for you to have a copy of that. So the private and confidential nature of that, I'll disregard and circulate a copy of this advice now that I've been given the okay on that. So I'll get that email off now.
Yep, that sounds fine. So I'm not aware of the process. As I said, I've gained legal advice and it was sent through in accordance with the Act, and I understand there was an email to all councillors last night, and then there was a further email with further information, quite comprehensive information this morning. So yeah, that can be circulated. Councillor Boglari.
If we're going to receive further information, can we possibly adjourn so we've got time to read it?
Yes.
I would still prefer to move both items to the end of the agenda so we could get on with the rest of the general meeting. What is the...
All right, so we could do that, and then that gives everyone time during the break to, if that is procedurally okay, I'll get some advice. Then we could take that, and then during the break, everyone can consider the written document.
Can we get on? I was just wondering, can I seek the majority? Would you be happy if we moved it to the end of the meeting? Move the item to the end of the meeting so we can get on with the general meeting. So if there is anyone online that is trying to sit through and work out what we're doing, they can understand and see the agenda items that we've got listed.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Are we hearing a procedural motion, or are we just having a chat?
No, I'm just trying to find a solution amicably.
Thank
you.
you.
Simply it.
All right. How about I take that, Councillor Gollay's his hand up, and then I see if that relates, and then we move to move this agenda item to the end of the day. Councillor Gollay.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Amanda Perfumi. The emails that were received by councillors didn't contain the letter. Yeah, so as far as disclosure goes, if we call it evidence, if you will, the letter was kept private and confidential. So now it's 11:30, midway through the general meeting, and it's now only just being allowed to be released to councillors, and it's actually based on allegations of conflicts through what are 6 councillors who have had allegations. So at what stage do we now get a right of reply, especially that the disclosure wasn't actually...
So, Councillor Gollay, that's part of the process. So a councillor with a concern, as I understand, must, under the Act, provide advice to the CEO, which was done when I received advice, so that was done. And then the councillor then must raise those concerns within the general meeting, which is what I'm doing. I'm outlining the basis for those concerns, which I understand is normal practice as well, and raising the concerns that were sent through to the CEO. And then usual process is that we vote on the conflict of interest. Councillors all have an option to do that, the opportunity to do that, and then all vote again to determine whether that councillor should stay and remain in the room or not.
I accept that, Madam Chair, but there was an obligation to have the allegations disclosed prior to the meeting.
No, Councillor Gollay.
No, okay. So when do we get a right of reply
So that's in this process. That's what we were doing. So I'm raising the issues as per the Act in the meeting,
Okay.
and then councillors
Then
have the right of reply.
I feel obliged then to speak to the unredacted report as a mechanism of defence. If you're going to make an allegation against me, then I will speak openly to the unredacted report.
So, Councillor Golley, this is about my obligation to raise any concerns
That's fair
about
enough,
conflicts
Madam
of
Chair,
interest.
but you're making an allegation,
Yeah.
and I have a right of reply, and the only way I can do that is to speak to the unredacted report, because if I can almost picture what the alleged conflict is going to be against me.
So you haven't seen the unredacted report, Councillor Golley, have you?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I thought you said you hadn't.
No, I've seen it. Not all councillors have.
Oh, okay.
And this is what I'm saying. In order for me to defend myself, councillors, from an allegation of having a conflict, I would need to speak to the unredacted report, which we actually can't.
So the option is then to move into confidential to discuss those matters.
You can't make a public allegation and then expect us to defend ourselves in.
This is about the process of raising concern about a conflict, a declarable conflict of interest, which I'm doing as I'm required to under the Act.
Madam Chair, I think you're demonstrating a level of bias against 6 councillors when you know full well that all councillors were discussed in your interviews.
No, thank you, Councillor Golley.
Point
That
of
is not
order.
correct. Yes, thank you.
8.1.8.
Yep, that's upheld. I'd like an apology, thank you, Councillor Golley, because you are stating that you believe that I am exhibiting a level of bias when I'm complying with the Act and doing what I'm required to do.
So, so you've just named 6 of us with an allegation.
Point of order.
So, yes, Councillor Bishop.
Can we address the issue rather than a debate? I think the point of order's been raised.
Okay, well, I withdraw my comment. I apologise for mentioning bias, but...
Thank you, Councillor
I don't
Golley. So we are now back to procedural motion to move the agenda items. I think that's where you were at, Councillor Boglari.
I thought you were doing a distribution of the letter and time to read it. That's what you said.
So it's been emailed. So would everyone like an adjournment to consider that?
I need a hard copy. I can't deal with it.
All right. So would you like an adjournment to consider the email or the document, or would you like to continue on with the rest of the order of business, move this agenda item to the end of the day and consider the email during the break? Councillor Bishop.
Adjournment, I believe, is appropriate, as I mentioned earlier.
So are you putting a motion?
Yes, I would put that motion, procedural motion.
All right, so those in favour...
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Those in favour of having a 15-minute adjournment. The motion's been put, so I'm... So as per process, and as I understand from the advice that I've been given in relation to the Act, I was going through them in the general meeting as I'm required to do to fulfil my responsibilities under the Act, and that's when councillors normally can reply. So that is being done in accordance with the requirements of the Act as I've been informed. So I have a procedural motion that's been put for an amount of time. Is someone proposing longer? Councillor Hughes.
Just in relation to the timing, the report that we've just been emailed that I haven't opened, I haven't seen, and on behalf of councillors, how long is that report? For an example, is it a 2-page report or a 20-page report? For an example, but it's a 7-page report.
It's 7 pages.
Okay, thank you. That gives us 15 minutes to read 7 pages and understand is a fair time, I think. If it was, a lot longer, it wouldn't have been 15 minutes, wouldn't have seemed fair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the unredacted report, Councillor Golley, because you've just made a comment without across the room, as the Ethics and Integrity Officer has just outlined the difference between the unredacted report and the redacted report is not intrinsically altering the difference between the two. It's containing or removing information that, as she said before, isn't pivotal to the decision-making process or was of a private nature. So we have the procedural motion before us, so I now put the motion. Those in favour of taking a 15-minute break, an adjournment. So that's Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golley, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Rendell's online.
In favour.
In favour, so the motion is carried. And we will now take a 15-minute break.
through this report. The pagination that she's listed doesn't match the pagination of what they're given. I think.
All right, welcome back everyone. After the adjournment, I now need a mover and a seconder to resume the meeting. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Councillor Hughes, are you putting up your hand? Those in favour of coming back in? And Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. All right, so we are coming back into session, and as prior to leaving, I was working my way through the conflicts of interest, possible conflicts of interest that I raised, concerns.
Mayor, question.
Councillor Rendell, I'm just going to work my way through this and then I'll come to you if you've got a question, but I just want to get through this process so I understand where we are. So I was raising my concerns about conflicts of interest, and as I said, I'd raised those and then sought legal advice in relation to all councillors, so things have been done appropriately. As per the Act and as per my obligations, as I have been advised to understand them, that advice was then provided as soon as available to the CEO's office, and then as per the Act, I've raised those in a procedural way to the meeting, outlining what those are, and then procedurally each councillor has a right of reply and it goes to the vote. So we are now up to, I've raised those issues in relation to Councillor Tolte, and Councillor Tolte, in relation to the issues raised, now has a right of reply.
I have a question.
Councillor Rendell, you've got a question?
Yes, I have spent the whole of the break trying to match the pages given in the legal advice to the pagination in the diligence pages of the reports, and there is not a match. I have been unable to find the relationship between what's in the letter and in the report within the time available. And that's compounded by the nature of diligence boards in that you're unable to use the search function because it goes through a whole lot. So quite simply, there's been insufficient time to be able to look at the basis for the legal letter.
Yeah, so what's your question?
Perhaps, Mayor, it would be very helpful going through the legal letter where you reference pages. So, for example, you reference the pages of the Mayor or the Deputy Mayor, or you reference, for example, I'm looking at Councillor Paul Golly. His name appears on page 76 of the report. Where in the diligent board reports is that? What is the matching pagination so we can see what the legal letter is referring to? Can you please provide the matching pagination for each of the page numbers you've raised?
So that's, yeah, it's in the confidential report. So those are provided for the BDO report. Are you talking about the agenda, which is numbered differently? So I guess
what I'm talking about is we have just been given the letter from your legal advisors that goes through and it identifies page numbers.
Yep.
When we look at the page number in the diligent report listing, not the unredacted, because we don't have the unredacted online. And I know when I went to look at the unredacted, that required sitting in legal counsel's officer and looking at it. So you can't cross-reference a hard copy, but looking at the online report, there is no matching pagination. So when I see, for example, Paul Golly's name on page 76 of the report, I cannot find in the due diligence or in the diligent board's copy of the report where that appears. Similarly for any other page numbers. So can you please provide the cross-reference?
So Councillor Rendels, the solicitor's letter refers to the BDO report. On diligent boards, there are two numbers probably in terms of the page reference for the entire document, but then if you go to the BDO report, that would be the page number for the BDO report individually.
Can you give me the diligent board's page number for page 76 of the BDO report, please?
I believe the diligent board report is available if you want to bring it up on the screen.
Well, so that's a confidential report.
That's a good point.
So if you want to do that and go through that, we'd have to move into confidential. We'd have to move into confidential to consider the confidential document to bring it up on the screen.
Pardon me, I do apologise if I'm speaking over you because there is a lag between when you come through and when I speak. But I cannot find in the BDO reports that are paginated only go up to about page 23. If we're talking about the attachments in the diligence board report, which is your interview, or also the breakdown of the social media posts, I cannot see how they're paginated.
So I'd need time to go and cross-reference what you're talking about in terms of diligent boards because the letter refers to the BDO report itself. Councillor Boglari.
I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. I'm actually not in favour of having OIA reports in a special meeting. I think they should be in the general meeting as it is. But given the circumstances and the situation we now find ourselves in today, can I seek clarification through somebody? CEO maybe? Acting CEO, please. Can we defer this item from today's agenda so that we can continue with the rest of the meeting and have this in another meeting?
Through you, Mayor, I will defer it to our Service Manager for Legal Services and he can give us an answer.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Given the circumstances that we are now at, we think it is appropriate that we could bring forward item 13.6. So to suspend the discussion on item 6, bring forward item 13.6 so that you can make a decision to basically defer it to a later date.
Yep, I'd be happy with that.
Point of order.
And then that gives everybody, point of order's been called.
Councillor Tulsi.
Mayor, I would like the matter that's been raised heard, and I think natural justice means that that litany of lists that you read out about me needs to be settled before you go to changing the order of business.
All right, so as I stated to Councillor Rendels, the legal letter refers to the BDO report. I'm not across the correlating, I don't have a list of numbers to correlate with the council report at hand. So unless officers could help me out with a correlating page number, the legal letter was written against the BDO report. So the redacted version.
That's our understanding, that any references in the letter should be to the electronic page number in the unredacted version of the confidential report.
No. So the version that's on Diligent, sorry, through you, Chair, the version that's on Diligent is the redacted version. So, I can certainly go away and correlate the page references in the legal letter that you've just been provided to the page numbers on the redacted version that's on Diligent, if that would help councillors. It'll take me a minute, but I'm more than happy to run off and do that if that would be of assistance.
I would find that very useful, and also the additional time to look at it, because page 40 of the diligent boards
Sorry, Councillor,
is where
we're having trouble hearing you. Could you start again?
I would appreciate that. Page 40 of the diligence board reports is where the BD report concludes at page 23. The subsequent parts don't have a consistent pagination. So if we can get the cross-referencing and then the time to actually look at it, I would find that very useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Where's the appropriateness in a council officer now going to go and cross-reference information for the mayor's the mayor's perceived conflict of interest? Shouldn't the mayor be going to go and do that herself if she wants to raise these conflicts of interest? Why is now council officers going to go and do this work for her?
All right, well,
the point of order has to be a certain number actually in the book. What number is it?
Well, may I have a question, please, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Mackenzie.
Is it appropriate for council officers to be going to go cross-referencing information to support your allegation that we've all got conflicts of interest?
Well, as I understand,
wouldn't it be more appropriate that you go and cross-reference it since it's your allegation towards us?
well, I might get legal advice on the use of council officers' time to deal with a matter like this. I'm happy to go away and take time. Everyone will have to wait while I go and do that cross-referencing. It will delay the meeting quite considerably, I would imagine. But if Councillor Mackenzie, if that's what you're wanting me to do, I'll get advice on use of councillor officer time. And if it's more appropriate for me to go away and you all wait while I go and do that, then that's okay. Peter, are you able to provide legal advice in relation to the appropriateness of using councillor officer time to do that?
I'm not sure really whether it's legal advice. It's really a resourcing advice about the use of a council officer's time. I think it can be done by a council officer, but I do think it may take longer than Christine thinks. So I did have some issues with trying to correlate page numbers myself when I was looking at it, but it probably would be helpful for clarity for each of the responding councillors to know exactly which page we are talking about.
So I'm happy to take a break then and confer with my solicitor, and take time, but it'll take some time. So yep, if Councillor Mackenzie, if that's what everyone wants to do, happy to go and do that and sort it out. Councillor Golay.
Thank you, Chair. So again, councillors, the letter is not correlating because it refers to matters raised in the unredacted report, which you do not have here.
No, Councillor Golay, it was on the redacted report.
No, Madam Chair, respectfully, the allegations that you've made against councillors was in the unredacted report, and in order for us to actually quantify and establish a defence against those allegations, we're looking at having to introduce now the full evidence, which advice given to me is that we couldn't actually do.
So, Councillor Golay, as I understand it, the advice was provided on the unredacted report, but I'll have to check with my solicitor regarding that.
So, just on another point, Madam Mayor, before a standing orders point of order was raised against me for mentioning the word bias, if I just refer to your own legal representation and his statement on page 7 of the letter, he talks about us being biased against you. Now that was in,
Councillor Golay, if I can address that before you labour that point again. So that's in relation to raising the conflict of interest. So that's in that bounds. That's why it's being raised. What you said was in a council meeting, I've already declared my interest, and that was outside that.
So again, in an open forum meeting, Madam Chair, you've now made the allegation and provided it in writing that we are biased and unable to...
So, Councillor Golay, as I've said before, if I am concerned about a declarable conflict of interest, I have responsibilities under the Act to raise those. You have been a councillor for a long time now, so you know that this is the process that should be followed under the Act. So I'm fulfilling my obligations. I've outlined what those concerns are. Councillor Tolth or any other councillor raised has the right of reply, and then councillors vote on that. And it's a process.
I think, Madam Chair, this has become so convoluted.
All right. So yeah, it has rather. So as I said, following the process, I went through. We were going through this process, but we've had a number of point of orders. We've had requests. We're up to Councillor Mackenzie wanting me to go away and cross-reference. I'm happy to adjourn, bearing in mind this is going to really stretch the meeting out. Everyone will know, everyone's sitting here, it's taking up councillor time. But if councillors want that, I'm quite happy to go away and take the time to provide those page numbers.
I can speak to that. I feel it's more appropriate that you are the one raising the declarable conflicts of interest with information that has been provided to you. I think it's more appropriate that you go back to your lawyer who's provided you with that information and go get that information rectified in order to provide it to us so that we can then respond to your allegations.
So it's raising a declarable conflict of interest. As I said, I'm quite happy to. We'll have to adjourn the meeting. I don't know how long that will take. That will probably take a considerable amount of time. I am very concerned about the cost of that, but if that's what councillors want, that's what councillors want. So by
it's not about what's want, it's about what's fair and just, Mayor.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely your entitlement to ask. So, so you're raising what?
Procedural motion to adjourn the meeting for you to go and clarify the information that's been provided to you, so that it's cross-referenced properly, so that we have so that we can respond appropriately to your allegations of conflict of interest.
All right, and seconder, Councillor Top. So the motion's been put, so I have to think. I think I have to. Yep, need a time, and I can't answer that. So, time that you think, Councillor Mackenzie, it's your procedural motion.
I don't know how long it's going to take you to contact.
I don't know either, Councillor Mackenzie, but you're the one bringing the procedural motion.
Okay. Yeah. 1 hour.
So we've got a procedural motion in place. I understand I have to put that procedural motion. Yep. So second. So I don't need a second. It's procedural. So now put Councillor Mackenzie's vote to the room. Those in favour.
Can I ask my question?
So well, I've just got to put this to the vote. And
my question is relevant to the matter.
So Councillor Tolty.
Mayor, I would like clarification, please, through to our legal advisors. We have a confidential matter. We have a summary, a redacted summary available in the public realm, and the matters, including these page numbers that you want to clarify, are in the confidential report. Now, I appreciate that you're entitled to legal counsel. However, you're talking about providing a confidential counsel report to a person who is not party to this matter, and you're now going back. So I would like clarification on the fact that A, you provided the full report to that person, and B, you're about to go and discuss a confidential report with a person outside of the matter when you have a conflict.
Peter, are you able to provide comment in relation to that?
Only to say it raises a very interesting point, and we'll probably need to take it on notice and give it some more thought about whether the confidential information has been shared with third parties and for what purpose.
Thank you. So then I guess we better adjourn again, is that correct, while you gain further legal advice and I go away? And Councillor Mitchell.
I'd just like to give you the opportunity. I did ask in open session before specifically on whether you'd asked your lawyer around all councillors, and you said no. But I'm looking at this letter that's now been released, and it specifically names 6 councillors.
Councillor Mitchell, as I said in the break, I made an inquiry to the OIA, but then I sought legal advice and asked about conflicts of interest because I'm not the expert, and I had concerns, and I asked them to consider the report, which they did, on who may have a conflict of interest based on a range of information, and that's what the lawyer did.
With respect, and I'm happy to give you time in the break, but the letter from your lawyer seems to indicate that it was your request that only 6 councillors were looked at.
No, that's not the case.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's not, they can clarify that. That's easy. Councillor Colley.
Further to Councillor Tolte's question, can I ask when and how your lawyer has read this report, which is confidential, and known which page to refer as a reference for each councillor that's named in this letter?
So that's going to be looked at via Peter.
But to be fair, I'm not sure that a council employee would know how communication took place between
So as I
yourself
understand,
and the
I'm
lawyer.
entitled to legal representation in relation to OIA matters. I'm entitled to a support person, so I have utilised that aspect.
I'm
to consider all
asking
these
about a
matters.
confidential report. How?
Yeah, that's part of the OIA process. I had a support person during that, and that's part of the OIA complaints process.
But this report was generated after the investigation. So at the conclusion of the investigation, that's where I'm just seeking clarity.
Yeah. So as I understood, I got legal advice, and that's the legal advice that came back, is that I could discuss this matter.
And shared confidential documents?
So as the representative for me in legal matters, yes. Councillor Golly.
Thanks, Chair. So my question is that in the letter it names 6 of us, but there's actually 7 councillors that have been named as being unfavourable.
Sorry, Paul.
Why was the 7th councillor?
I'm going to do a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Boglari.
Sorry, Paul. No, not on you, but on the procedure, because I think there's a vote that
There
we're
is
about
there
to
is a
take, and
procedural
that's
motion on the
live.
table. Yeah.
And that should be done. We can't keep doing questions when there's a procedural motion there somewhere.
Correct. Thank you, Councillor
If we
Boglari.
can repeat the procedural motion, we can't keep doing
So the
questions
procedural-
when there's a motion that has to be voted on.
Yep. So the procedural motion, thank you, Councillor Golly. So the procedural motion was raised by Councillor Mackenzie to break for 1 hour. It's now 12:40, so I can go away and cross-reference page numbers. That's correct. So I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's procedural motion. So those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
So again, all right, so can I get a vote on the procedural motion to break for an hour for cross-referencing of pages with the possible use of staff time? I wasn't clear on to assist. But Councillor Mitchell, those in favour, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and Councillor Rendell's online. Those against?
Yes.
Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, the motion is carried. We're now adjourned for 1 hour. Everyone, can I have a mover and a seconder to resume standing orders? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. Those in favour? Yeah, we're resuming the meeting. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. All right, so we're back from the 1 hour adjournment requested and put through from Councillor Mackenzie. And now everyone should have actually Chris is probably going away to do it. So the numbers that were referenced in the legal letter that my solicitor provided in response to my question or concerns raised about any conflicts of interest that may occur, and his resultant letter, which he wrote on my behalf after his findings in relation to councillors that may have a concern. The corresponding numbers, you're going to be provided with a table which is cross-referenced. So Chris is going to provide those very shortly. I can read them out if you'd like, or you can wait for the table. So given that it was requested before, I guess we should wait for the table then so that everyone has because it was such a pivotal point, wait for the table so that everyone has a chance to consider it, because we did adjourn so that everyone could refer to that. Thank you. I know that Councillor Rendell's is online, so I don't know, he'll need to be emailed the table. I can read the corresponding numbers out for you, Councillor Rendell's, if you would like.
I'm happy to wait for an email.
If they can put it up on this computer, then he can see it via Teams.
So I'll just take a second just to get some advice on how we can get that to Councillor Rendell so that he has a copy as well to refer to. Councillor Boglari?
Through you, could I have a point of clarification through whichever officer wants to give it? Moving forward, when we vote on these, is it only the person, like say, just for example, Councillor Tolty's first here, is it everybody on this piece of paper that doesn't vote? And if that's correct...
No allegation's been made about the other people on the piece of paper yet, so I'm confused about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeking clarification on. And Shane isn't actually on. Councillor Rendell, sorry, isn't actually on here. So therefore it would be Councillor Rendell's, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Boglari are the 5 who will be voting on each one.
So you refer to the legal letter. The conflict or concern has been raised on page 6 of throughout the letter in relation to each councillor. So they are the 6 different councillors named, and then what was requested before was just out of that letter page reference numbers, and so they've been supplied separately in relation to the correlation between the page numbers that are mentioned in the legal letter to the page numbers now.
So through you to an officer, can I ask then who are the councillors voting on these conflicts, please?
So Peter, could you provide comment?
So working off the Mayor's Solicitor's letter, the councillors who have been identified with a suspected conflict of interest include Councillor Tolte, Councillor Gollet, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Colley and Councillor Rendells. So there is 6 that have been identified and therefore they cannot participate in the vote about each of those as to whether they have a conflict of interest. So the only councillors who will be able to vote will be yourself, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bishop.
May I ask a further question?
Councillor Rendells?
Following up, Councillor, I've got 2 parts of the question. Following up Councillor Babalari's, that there's no mention in the report about me, and yet I'm there. And I'd also question why is there 6 when on page 276 of the Diligent Board's report in section 6.12, when directly asked by the investigators,
I just...
who were the 6, and you indicated you had no idea who the 6 were.
Caution in relation to... I just need to get some advice in relation to referral to the confidential report in an open session. Peter, could you provide advice where we're going? I just want to make sure that it's done appropriately.
Yes.
This wasn't in the confidential report. This is on page 276 of the Diligent reports,
Okay.
where you were asked a direct question, who are the 6 people, and you said, I do not know.
It is in the confidential report, which is on Diligent Board, which is not yet in the public domain. So we can't be asking questions about the content of that report at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Rendells, did you hear that reply?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Colley.
I have a question about process. We have 4 councillors voting. What happens if it's 2-2?
Peter, are you able to answer that question?
So if the councillors can't make a decision, so if there is a tie, then the default position would be that the councillor is assumed to have a conflict of interest.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor, for this information. However, I don't believe it's accurate. The diligent reference for my name is diligent reference 42. I've gone to page 42, and that's the contents page of the Councillor Code of Conduct. My name certainly isn't on the contents page of the Councillor Code of Conduct.
Through you, Chair. Yes. It's page 42 of the confidential attachment in Diligent.
Okay, so that one. Sorry, for clarity though, at the top it says the comparison of legal letter to the redacted version on Diligent. So we've got 2 reports in Diligent. One is the confidential attachment and then a confidential Office of the Independent Assessor referral. So which document am I supposed to be looking at?
It is the confidential attachment, which is the investigation report. That has been redacted.
So confidential attachment to investigation report, which says item 13.6, confidential attachment to investigation report.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So now that everyone has the table of contents to refer to, and I had provided the advice, we're back now to Councillor Tolte's response.
Thank you, Mayor, very much.
Excuse me. I still haven't received my copy. Oh, it's just come through. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for raising this. I'm very happy to speak to it. I haven't had time since the page numbers were provided to go through all of them, but I've been through about half of them. Is there something wrong? Oh. So, Mayor, before I start to reply, can I confirm the following?
you're arguing that I have a conflict based upon, among other things, the many comments on your Facebook, many pages of comments listed here. Now, I had thought that you were alleging these were things I said, but having looked at half of the comments, these are things that other people have said about me on your Facebook page. And you're alleging that I should have declared a conflict of interest based upon these many mentions. Is that correct?
No. So what I said, I'm not arguing anything. In accordance with my responsibilities under the Act, if I have a concern about a conflict of interest, then I have to raise it.
Is that what you are raising, that I should have declared a conflict based upon those comments?
I'm not saying should anything, I'm raising my concerns about a declarable conflict of interest based on the information that I've relayed before, which is greater than those comments. And as I outlined before, that you are intrinsically named in the report throughout many, many pages, and you've provided a predetermined published view. So to make an outcome contradicting that view would be detrimental to your own, to yourself.
Okay, thank you. If you could just answer yes or no, that will be sufficient.
Well, I'm answering and providing a proper response. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So, Mayor, is it correct that you blocked me from seeing your Facebook page in late 2023, early 2024?
Councillor Tulsi, I think
it's just a simple question, Mayor.
Well, after seeing posts,
Mayor, it's just
after
a simple question.
After seeing posts that you had posted about me, which were detrimental to me, and comments made previously.
That's not what you said in the report, Mayor.
I blocked you.
You said you blocked me after you received a single message from me.
Yeah, early on, right at the start of the campaign.
Okay, so that contradicts what you just said.
No, it doesn't contradict.
Anyway, moving on.
So I kept you blocked for those reasons.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a right of reply, and I'm doing that.
Yeah. Well, then, could you please provide your reply?
I am. Thank you. So, I couldn't possibly have seen all of those comments because I am blocked from your Facebook page.
Councillor Tulsi, your husband, I think you have access to the Facebook page through a range of means.
Okay, what range of means is that then?
You don't need to be blocked from a Facebook page. There's other ways that you can see Facebook pages.
So you're suggesting that I have to go and do that?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying it's very easy to see Facebook pages.
Okay. Councillors, this is a matter raised by the Mayor, and you will be asked to vote on whether you believe that I have a conflict in matter 13.6 as listed, which is to deal with a referral matter which was found by the Office of the Independent Assessor as possibly being a breach under the Act of 3.3, which requires the Mayor at all times strives to maintain and strengthen the public's trust and confidence in the integrity of the local government, and that she avoids any action which may diminish its standing, authority and dignity. Allegation 1 contends that by making a post on her social media, which included saying there was a proposed major restructure of council, inferring she was not consulted on this major restructure of council, and that the flow-on effect of sharing that social media without first taking any steps whatsoever to check the facts has resulted in public perceptions that denigrate the public's trust in the council's integrity and diminishes the standing, authority and dignity of council in the minds of the public. The evidence of which outcome is in the hundreds of derogatory social media comments and a resultant protest in the front of the council in March. The Mayor took this action while on leave in Europe. Allegation 2, which forms part of this matter and which the Mayor has raised, I have potential conflict in relates to social media posts relative to a motion of council from November 2024. I will return to this, but it's important to note that the evidence the Mayor provides and lists as being at page 150 of the report as proof of my conflict is from a social media post made pre-election period February 2024, at which time the Mayor was not a councillor. The matter to be heard at 13.6 is not about portfolios, nor is it about the motion that requested portfolios be introduced. It is about the decision of the Mayor to make a social media post while on leave in Europe without taking reasonable steps to confirm any of the facts of her statements, and in doing so, whether she brought the council into disrepute under
Councillor
the meaning of
Tolte,
the Act.
Councillor Tolte, you're speaking to your conflict of interest, but
Yes,
you're actually
I am.
you're prosecuting me in your response.
No,
so
ma'am.
could you keep your
No, Mayor, you said page 150 of the report was the evidence. I'm speaking to that.
I'm maintaining that you are
Thank you,
prosecuting
Mayor.
me by the
You're interrupting
language.
my right of reply, and I don't believe under standing orders you are entitled to do so.
Well, please keep your comments in relation to the declarable conflict of interest.
So in the legal letter proposed and provided to us by the Mayor, it states Councillor Talty put forward the motion for portfolios within council management. That is what I am answering. Carrying out my role as a councillor and putting a motion within the framework of the Local Government Act and understanding orders does not constitute a conflict. And Mayor, while it is not listed in the legal document, you have also stated that having a portfolio will influence my decision-making capability, as it will bring a benefit to me to find this supported. I dispute this. However, you have not raised a conflict on this basis with other councillors who also hold a portfolio. You would have been aware, there is a statement in the legal letter accusing me, saying she, that is me, I, would have been aware from my attendance at the workshop with councillors that the Mayor was not present at that workshop. How that constitutes a conflict, I'm not sure. However, the Mayor is rarely present in workshops in person and is often absent. I had no specific recollection of whether the Mayor was present or not until I saw the record of attendance included in the report.
I think it's making defamatory accusations which may substantively not be true, that you are not present at workshops. I think, well...
That's untrue. To say that I'm not present at workshops. Yeah. That is an untrue statement. Councillor Tolte, that is upheld. Thank you, Councillor Tolte. I would like an apology. That is not true, that I'm not often at workshops.
I will give you an apology after I've finished making my statement.
I'd like the apology now, thank you, Councillor Tolte, in relation to the point of order.
I'm sorry you're offended by the fact that you're not at workshops, Mayor.
Point of order. Point of order. I think the language and tone is offensive. I think if we can just deal with the point of order.
Withdrawn.
So that is a warning, Councillor Tolte, because when I asked for an apology, you didn't give one. So it's your first warning.
Thank you. The point I was making was that I was not aware of your attendance or not at any particular workshop until I read the report.
Councillor Tolte, if you were in the workshop, you would have been aware.
I said I did not remember and I did not note it. Why would I? It further says, Councillor Talty's post on social media published 16th of February 2025 states that the Mayor has been well aware of the matter and included discussions. I have no memory of that, and I didn't have time in this to go and find it, whether it exists or not. This is a matter for decision and discussion in this meeting in relation to 13.6 and is yet to be decided. Suggesting that any councillor who declares a view on a matter prior to the matter coming before council is conflicted and incapable of listening to debate and deciding the matter as required under the Act is both insulting...
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. You've reached your 5 minutes.
I would like a variation to standing orders so that I may continue. Mayor, I'm pretty sure you spoke for more than 5 minutes when you presented your legal letter.
All right. So, mover and a seconder to give Councillor Tolte more time. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Aye.
So, the motion's carried.
Thank you very much, councillors. On this basis, we have other councillors who have made declarations in support or against many matters that would preclude them from participating in any and all debates in the chamber. That is not a conflict of interest. Further, the legal letter says the BDO report made a finding. The BDO report did not make a finding. That is council's job at 13.6, when and if the matter is heard. It was not unsubstantiated. There was a recommendation which will be considered by council. The advice in this report is just that, advice, and the matter is yet to be considered by council. Therefore, there is no finding, and it is misleading to suggest the matter is settled and speaks to an effort to influence the outcome of the matter or to influence the public in their view of the matter, when the Mayor is already conflicted under her own declaration. The next part of the letter says, therefore, Councillor Talty has a personal interest. She is integrally involved in the factual matrix in which the complaint is crouched and has spoken on the issue. It is therefore clearly in her personal interest for her statements to be vindicated. I really don't agree with that, and I do not understand how it's in my personal interest. I have no personal interest in this, which would be consistent with suggestion that her past statements were true. Mayor, I'm a professional educator and I hold 3 university degrees, and I am more than capable of adjusting my view on any matter as more detailed factual information comes to my attention. I am very capable of providing opportunity to others to both put their view on a given matter and to have empathy with that view and to attempt to consider any matter from other points of view. I believe I have demonstrated that many times in this chamber, and that is not a grounds for conflict. Your next allegation is that it is clear that Councillor Talty is so intricately involved in personal interest in her good name and in her proposal for portfolios being at issue. Therefore, she has a declarable conflict of interest. Mayor, I've already asked this today, but I will be asking further if you have shared confidential contents of the document and the report with parties outside of council, and including but not limited to your lawyer. And do you consider this a breach of the Act?
Councillor Talty, your questions relate to, or should relate to, declarable conflict of interest. So, yeah, you can stick to that.
I am answering a declarable conflict of interest which you have put to me as having come from your lawyer. Therefore, I am answering it, Mayor. And then you and your lawyer submit that any councillor who has allowed publication on their social media which contravenes the Code of Conduct has no standing to make decisions about the Mayor's publications. It would be inconsistent for such councillors to make a finding against the Mayor. First of all, this matter is not about your publication, it's about your decision to make the publication. Secondly, with regard to this, you refer again to page 150. This is where you are suggesting I have made a negative commentary, and you have provided that to the interviewer in the assessment, and it is in the report. With regard to this assertion about allowing social media which contravenes the Code of Conduct, I have not allowed any publication on my own social media that contravenes the Code of Conduct. Literally, you have said I have, and I have not. Despite having a conflict of interest in the matter, Mayor has used this forum to raise publicly, page 150 of the report, which refers to a post made on my Facebook page during the official election period in February 2024. And which the Mayor has already raised through a complaint to the Office of the Independent Assessor as an allegation of a breach of the Code of Conduct. The Mayor's complaint was considered and dismissed by the OIA. Therefore, the Mayor is well aware that this does not constitute a breach of the Code of Conduct, and in raising it, there may be considered to be acting as a retribution against the complaint. I do not have a declarable conflict in relation to an election post from the election period of 2024, which has already been raised and dismissed by the OIA. I would have to question if this may be construed, giving the Mayor is the complainant and the matter has been dismissed as retribution under the Act. I would note in relation to the Facebook quote, the Mayor is proposing as evidence of negative commentary, so negative as to cause a conflict 17 months later. The only reference that may be construed as a reference personally to herself, does not name her, is that there was an environmentally sensitive and caring member of the community making beautiful sculptures and clay pieces. Now, I'm sorry that you found that so offensive, Mayor, that a year and a half later you are still holding on to it and having to report it to the OIA. On the basis of this matter raised, why have you limited your commentary on this matter to certain councillors when the arguments you have made, if indeed you do consider carrying out functions of our role as councillors to be conflict? Mayor, you're seeking to influence the outcome of this matter listed at 13.6 by raising these very tenuous arguments. Are you seeking to influence the public perception of your behaviour by attacking certain councillors while remaining silent on others? I would argue this is potentially able to be perceived as the Mayor raising conflicts of interest against myself and others who have found against her conduct in the previous matter referred to Council in which a finding of a reprimand was applied to the Mayor's conduct. I do not believe the matters raised have merit nor represent a conflict of interest under the reasonable assessment of the Act and the Code of Conduct. I reserve my right to adjourn this matter and return to it at a later time. And Mayor, I would caution that you need to consider if your right to have a support person in a record of interview and your right to ask questions of a legal advisor amounts to a right to share confidential council papers with third parties. Thank you.
So I'll just point out that some of the points that you raised weren't factually correct.
Mayor, there's no opportunity for debate.
Point of order.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bishop. Pardon? Yeah.
When did we suspend standing orders?
Why we haven't? When? No, we came back into session.
That's not a suspension of standing orders, that's just an extension of time.
It's extension of time. Yeah. Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, the point of order, which is that the councillor was continuing to debate rather than listen to the chair.
The chair's debating, not me.
So I'm not. I need to correct a record though, Councillor Tolty. If there's factual things that aren't correct, I really need to correct them. So
I'm sorry, Mayor, but I could do the same about all of the
point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Same point.
Yeah. So Councillor Tolty, I think for the record, because you've put things into the public record, that it's important. So comments like I was on leave when the general meeting occurred are untrue. I wasn't. I dialed in for that particular meeting, and you did actually, if you listen to the record, you actually said on holiday.
Same point of order.
Thank you. There are a number of other issues, so I take exception to some of the comments that you made. Your post on social media, for example, is not just one comment. There are others in reference to my being a police prosecutor as well. So it's more than that. But that's beside the point. The points go much further beyond that. But as I outlined, the social media post is just one component of this. So now we have to put the motion if there is a declarable conflict of interest, as I understand, under the Act. So those... Councillor Boglari?
Look, I'm finding this an impossible situation. I don't know where we are at as a council besides this incident today in going forward for the community. I have not read the report, and I've been sitting here trying to listen to Councillor Tolty and doing this, and now I'm finding I'm going to have to vote, which is an extremely stressful situation given whatever the outcome will be. It's very stressful for everybody. I wasn't just referring to myself. I don't know whether at this stage I can go back to what I wanted to do earlier today and move all of this to the end of the agenda so we can at least get through the general meeting, which we haven't really even commenced yet. And then we cannot have such a time. I would really prefer to do that. At least then we get these decisions made. And I know in Councillor Mitchell's area, there are probably some residents out there that would like to know what's going to happen with some of the ones in particular. And then at the end of the meeting, we can have this in a calmer time frame, not worrying about the rest of the meeting.
So, Councillor...
So I'd like to put a motion that we...
I believe this is on the table and it needs to be voted on before you defer.
Yeah, so Councillor Boglari, as I understand it, the best practice would be, from the advice that I'm getting, is that we finalise this particular conflict of interest point, and then we can put your motion forward. But because it's in play, that we should finalise this action and then... So to complete that action then, I've provided, I had to do it under the Act, I've done it, I sought independent advice, had to carry it through in accordance with the Act, that's what I've done. Solicitor considered the whole document and everything and provided that advice back. Councillor Tolte's provided her response, and now I put that to the councillors to make a determination. So that is that Councillor Julie Tolte has a conflict of interest in relation to the issues raised by Mayor Joss Mitchell in relation to item 13.6. So those in... seconder? Sorry, clarity by Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I just want to be entirely sure that when we're voting, so we're talking about the conflict of interest in the issues that Councillor Tolte has just responded to, understanding that we already voted earlier in the meeting, so it's just the same subject but different...
Different components, different reasons were put forward. Yep.
So separating the two completely
that's
is
correct.
where what we're being asked now is that's what I'm thinking. I'm just seeking clarity that I've got that right.
That's correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, have a question? You have a question?
I would also like to note that I believe that the declaration that I made earlier in the day speaks to and addresses pretty much all of the things that are in these page references. So I believe I've already been excused from that declaration and I've answered all the others.
All right, so I now put... mover and a seconder. Oh, there's only 4 people. There's only 4 people that can take part in this. So is there a mover and seconder for that motion? It is under this, yeah. So Councillor Hewlett, moved by Councillor Hewitt. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hughes. Yeah, Councillor Hughes. Yeah. So there's 4 councillors that are able to vote, and they are... This is in accordance with the Act, I'm told, in accordance with the legal advice provided, ensuring that we're doing the right thing.
Correct, yes, just 4 councillors voting, which is Councillor Bishop, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Boglari.
All right, so I now put the motion that Councillor Julie Tolte has a conflict of interest in relation to the issues raised by Mayor Joss Mitchell in relation to item 13.6. Those in favour? So Councillor Hewlett. Those against? Councillor Hughes and abstaining. Sorry, 2. Councillor Bishop and Councillor Boglari abstaining.
Yes, if I may, so to not read the report and then sit here to vote, but the report, that's...
And I agree with the findings.
Recommendation. Honestly, I've tried
Councillors, with respect to the chair, could we make sure we go through the chair?
I am speaking to the... Thank you.
So, Councillor Hughes,
Speaking to
yes.
the chair. I genuinely feel that with the statement that Councillor Boglari just made, that she hadn't read the report, she didn't feel comfortable to report, then it becomes a negative vote. That that's just not appropriate. It's not fair to our city. It's not fair to us all as councillors, not just Councillor Boglari, the whole system, and to get drilled down to that. I find it really.
So, Councillor Boglari, clarifying.
For clarification, as always, I've read the report, but I agreed with the findings of the report, so therefore I didn't have to read everything in such detail that I understood any conflict of interest, which is what we have just got now. And I've been trying to read them now while listening to Councillor Tolte as well. That's what I meant, Councillor Hughes, not that I hadn't read the report. Thank you very much for those comments.
So you're stating you didn't have enough time to make a decision? Yeah. Okay.
Righto. I wasn't...
So the matter's lost. So now, Councillor Boglari, coming back to your...
Thank you. I would like to defer the further votes and the actual report number 13.6 to the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Pardon?
After, which one is it? 20.2.
So...
Councillor, could I make a suggestion?
So, Councillor Mitchell, you had your hand up?
Yes, Mayor, I just think there was a vote taken. I don't know if that had been finalised.
It had been finalised. Yeah, it had been finalised.
Was that okay? I don't believe that was called in public, or maybe I heard.
Yeah, it was.
Is that okay? My apologies.
All right. So, Councillor Boglari, you were moving a procedural motion.
Yes, thank you.
To defer 13.6 and item 6, the remainder of item 6, to the end of the meeting.
Yes, please.
So I put that to the councillors.
Can a procedural motion? It's not a procedural motion. It's a seconder for a deferral.
Sorry. A change of order. Sorry, yeah, changing the order of business. So seconder, Councillor Bishop. I put that motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop. Those against? So Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, and Councillor Rendell's online.
Against.
Could I now move a motion also, Mayor?
That is lost. That was against. Okay.
Well then.
So we are still in play with item number 6, declaration of conflicts of interest. Councillor Tolte.
Mayor, I'd like to move that item 13.6 and the remainder of the conflict of interest declaration.
Agenda item number 6.
Sorry?
Agenda item number 6.
Be deferred.
We just did that.
No, just deferred, not deferred to the end of the meeting. That was a motion. The Mayor said that was a motion to change the order of business, right? What I'm suggesting is that it just be deferred. Requesting that a deferral to address several issues, including the perceived conflict of interest, and to get more information for councillors and gain a clear understanding of the situation. And by deferring the item, we can avoid continuing with the current procedural discussions and get on with the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Tolte, just a time. You'll need to stipulate a time for your motion.
I don't need to stipulate a time for a deferral.
I believe that we do.
That's not what I was advised.
Can we get clarification through? Just as a...
We need a date and a time for when it's deferred, because it could be on there never, never.
All right, then defer it to next month's meeting.
We're here now. We might...
All right, so Councillor Tolte, you're looking to defer it to the next meeting?
Or a future statutory
Or a future statutory meeting.
Or a future statutory meeting.
If we can defer, I don't need to put a date on it. I can just say defer it to a future statutory meeting of council. There.
Councillor Boglari.
Sorry, can I have clarification? I thought Councillor Toldy said from 13.6 onwards.
No,
Just
so,
13.6.
agenda item 13.6 and the remainder of item 6, which is conflicts of interest. Adjourning that to next month's meeting or a future statutory meeting. Sorry, deferring. All right. So, someone to second Councillor Tolty's motion? So Councillor Boglari. So I put the motion. We have a mover and seconder. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Bishop. I don't vote. I vote. Myself, Councillor Rendell's online.
In favour.
Affirmative? In favour?
Yes.
Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Colley, Councillor Mackenzie. And the motion's carried. All right, so we move to agenda item number 7, which is matters outstanding from previous general meeting. The Acting CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from previous general meetings. Thank you, Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a number of items. So 7.1 is our draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. A report will be brought back to a future meeting of Council. 7.2 is the service review and restructure related to the Merrill Minute earlier in the year, and a report will be brought to a future meeting of Council. 7.3 is the Birkdale Community Precinct, again a report to a future meeting of Council. 7.4 is benchmarking with Northern Queensland councils on vegetation policies. Again, a report will come through to a future meeting of Council. 7.5 is indoor sports facilities, and again, a report will be brought to a future meeting of Council. At 7.6, we're talking about the petition, which was the request for Council to reverse the full cost recovery policy for Moreton Bay facilities. And I can confirm that this matter has been addressed. It was considered by Council through the 2025-26 budget development process. Marine landing fees are included in the 25-26 schedule of fees and charges, and Council adopted that at their general meeting on the 21st of May 2025. The 2025-26 budget that was adopted at the special meeting on the 23rd of June 2025 also proceeds with the full cost recovery policy for Moreton Bay marine facilities. Moving on to 7.7 now, this is Tropical Cyclone Alfred event, and you'll note, councillors, you've got a report addressing this matter. It's listed at item 16.1 of the agenda. And finally, 7.8 was about the progression of the Cleveland Town Centre revitalisation project, and similarly we've got a report addressing this matter. It's listed at item 14.1 on the agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 8, Merrill Minute, and there are no Merrill Minutes for today. Public participation and presentations we have dealt with. So now we move to agenda item number 12, which is the reports from the Office of the CEO, and there are no reports from the Office this month. Agenda item number 13.1, which is the interim June 2025 monthly financial report. Do I have a mover for the Office's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, yes, thank you. I'd like to emphasise this is only an interim monthly financial report, as it is the last report for the financial year, and there will be movements expected through the finalisation of the end-of-year adjustments. So this is different to the other 11 months that we have throughout the year. The actual final figures for the year will be published in the annual report around October. This month you can see changes to our debt levels with the yearly drawdown and also the impact of Tropical Cyclone Alfred and how much the recovery costs were actually absorbed by council. Some other councils raised levies to cover these costs, but council actually absorbed them. I'll now ask our CFO to give a more comprehensive overview of the report, please, through the chair.
Good afternoon, and through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Boglari, for the opportunity to talk to the interim June financial report. As Councillor Boglari, you have mentioned, this is an interim report, and at this time of year, it is standard custom and practice, reflecting that it is a point in time due to the end of financial year accounting processes which take place as part of finalising the financial statements and going through the audit process. Just some examples of the various accounting processes that take place between the interim and the final financial statements include the finance team finalising provisions, taking up the final accruals for both revenue and expenditure, and other asset accounting adjustments such as disposals, revaluations and associated depreciation movements, just to bring to life some of those movements that we would expect to see. With specific regard to the report before us today, I note, as Councillor Bargary mentioned, it does reflect the drawdown of the approved 24-25 loan borrowings of $27.9 million. To minimise interest expense, Council endeavours to draw down the annual borrowings in June at the very end of the financial year. Noting that these are interim reports, Council has met all but 2 of the key performance indicators per section 2 of the financial report itself. These being the operating surplus ratio of negative 3.22% and the asset sustainability ratio of 49.84% for the June interim results. Per the section 1 of the executive summary, the 24-25 revised budget deficit is $6.7 million, with the interim deficit showing as $12.6 million. And again, as has mentioned, as we work through the accounting adjustments, these results will be updated and will change the interim figures that we're seeing now. As per prior months, the key driver of the unfavourable expenditure variance to budget is the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred event, with current estimates of costs around nearly $10 million of expenditure that we have recognised. We are yet to recognise the corresponding anticipated revenue from QRA claims, and as soon as we are able to recognise what that QRA revenue will be, we will be recognising that in the accounts. The unfavourable asset sustainability ratio continues to be driven by the timing and nature of the delivery of the capital works program, and this measure will also be updated as part of all of the final end of year adjustments. I do note that there has been a positive uplift though since the May ratio, which was 43.12%. As I mentioned, the June result is 49.84%, so we are tracking in the right direction, although we haven't quite met the target. With regards to the capital works, the interim report shows an underspend of $51.9 million, largely reflecting, as I've mentioned before, the significant wet weather days that we've had throughout the financial year and that ongoing cumulative impact of that associated with the ex-tropical cyclone event as well. At the time of reporting, there is a significant value of commitments in the finance system, and officers are working through our standard processes of building and putting together a proposed list for budget carryover items, which will come to a future meeting. Given these circumstances, it was considered prudent to continue with the approved 24-25 loan borrowings, noting that we do have those significant commitments and will have a carryover budget approach yet to be obviously finalised and put forward to Council. With that, through you, Chair, thank you once again to talk to the opportunity to talk to these interim June reports.
Thank you very much, Chief Financial Officer. Are there any speakers against? Any other questions, comments? Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the update and all of the work. I appreciate all. You've got a lot to do. Just following on with the loan drawdown of 27.92 million, which is attributed notionally to a series of projects, in the event that those particular projects aren't carried forward, I just want to track the line of, so we still draw down the full amount, just the attribution going forward to those works, just to make sure that we've got line of sight. Just want to clarify what the process is if we've not completed all of those projects and whether they remain attached. Through the Chair.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, Councillor Bishop, as we all work through, as I mentioned, all the end of financial year results, then we'll have a look and see, as you mentioned, the attribute of the loan borrowings to those indicative projects. Once we have those results, with our tracking, we always refer to, we've got key principal tenets for what we can attribute borrowings to per our debt policy. So we would only ever be able to attribute loan borrowings to specific projects that fall within those principles in the debt policy itself.
Thank you. And one of the points that I raised in our budget discussion was following that and making sure that we are aligning our visibility with our past, present and future trend to make sure that our debt policy does have a business case that can be substantiated and made sustainable going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baglari, would you like to sum up? All right. So I now put the motion. Those in... Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rendels, I missed you online. You had your hand up.
No, that's fine. Paul asked the question I was going to ask and it was addressed. Thank you.
All right. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We're moving to agenda item number 13.2, Audit and Risk Management Committee. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you again, Councillor Baglari, and seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Baglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, on behalf of the Mayor and myself as members of the committee, I'd like to give an overview. This report presents the June minutes of the Audit and Risk Committee. The committee support Council in fulfilling its corporate governance responsibilities and overseeing financial measurement and reporting obligations. Therefore, the June meeting was once again full and important, had a very full and important agenda. The minutes are attached, and while there is now more information including in the general meeting overview, I'd like to highlight some points which can be followed through on the attachment. Very importantly, in today's environment, an update was given on the cyber security, which showed over the last couple of years, Council's cyber security program has actually matured with a very strong security culture across our organisation, and our staff are to be commended on this level. In the last risk management report from December 23, JLT Public Sector identified 8 recommendations and 5 key improvement areas. BDO has been contracted to support our risk management function, and we are expecting these to be worked through and an uplift in our function maturity. Legal and Governance gave us an update on legislative compliant activities occurring, and these also included the Queensland Parliament 5 bills that were introduced and the 4 that were passed. Very importantly, the interim audit plan and workshop for 25-26 was approved. This plan was developed through a comprehensive process involving analysts and consultation with many areas across Council. There are 5 audits planned for the upcoming year, including business continuity, I can't say the word, but you know what I'm saying. Thank you. Planning, strategic procurement, stakeholder reporting, Redlands Investment Corporation, general rates, maintaining roads, implementing the local government infrastructure plan, safety and design, capital project delivery, project assurance, Birkdale Community Precinct, digital transformation program. That's a very brief and quick overview of the June meeting, and as you can see, the Mayor and I and the other 2 committee members have a very full amount of reading and lots of reports to get through, and it can be seen that the committee is a very active committee, and we will continue to give attention to the actions which are listed in the report agenda attachment, and we provide feedback where we see issues, risks or room for improvement while we work through the plans for this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Are there any speakers against? Any comments or questions? All right, Councillor Boglari, anything extra in summing up? Coming straight back to you. Excellent. All right, now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Affirmative.
That motion's carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 13.4, which is the annual contracting plan, procurement and contract manual and procurement policy. There we go. Yep, there we go. Sorry, missed one. This is 13.3, the internal audit policy and charter. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Boglari. And a seconder, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, because audit is really important. There's a lot of reading in it, but it is certainly a vital part within, and I think you also agree, we enjoy doing it, and we feel very satisfied with the work that we do there. So I do want to give it a little bit more importance than perhaps what it's had in the past. Council's internal audit function is governed by the Internal Audit Policy and Internal Audit Charter, which articulates its mandate, authority, independence and responsibility. So it's a very important document. Both the policy and charter align with statutory requirements to enable delivery of assurance and advisory services that enhance Council's operational integrity, transparency and performance. So you can't get much more important than that. There have been some minor updates to the charter this time round for a clarification, including that while internal audit supports good governance, that its council's management remains responsible for establishing and maintaining effective controls and governance processes. This revised charter, endorsed by the Audit Committee at our June meeting, reinforces the audit's strategic roles and responsibilities, which are outlined on page 57, so I won't read them out for you. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the committee and the staff who are involved in all our meetings for their diligence over the past year, and both the Mayor and I look forward to continuing and completing this year's actions as planned and as they evolve.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. A really good summing up, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. On the page numbers, as we talk about, are always difficult. Page 66, which is the version control for the charter, internal audit charter supporting document. And we always go to, I always go to version control just to see what's been updated and have a look. So when I've gone through the document, I've gone to version control and it's version number 5, but there's no history here. And I found that a little strange, so I'm asking why there's no history on that. Thank you.
Acting CEO?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I can see if our internal auditor is on site. Oh, Chris has got an answer. Great, thanks. Chris, over to you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for the opportunity to clarify this one. So historically speaking, the internal audit charter sat outside Council's policy framework and the governance that that framework provides. With the most recent amendments were proposed, we took the decision to include the charter under that policy framework, therefore applying the governance that comes with that. So that is why you're now starting to see version control that was not previously available, and you'll continue to see that moving forward.
Excuse me. Any other questions? Councillor Boglari, anything to say in summing up? No, thank you. All right, I've put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes, in favour, thank you.
Sorry, just to repeat that, Councillor Rendell's.
In favour, yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Now we're on to 13.4, Annual Contracting Plan, Procurement and Contract Manual and Procurement Policy. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start by giving a shout out to our Chief Procurement Officer and that team. I think they do an incredible job, and in terms of this, by moving this today and bringing through the procurement and contracts manual, the corporate procurement policy and the annual contracting plan, we allow our contracts to continue to be managed in a very strategic manner. For the people playing along at home, do have a look at the annual contracting plan. Has such exciting things like bridges and sewer and software, the things that actually keep the city running included in there and what's coming forward in this annual plan. So, yeah, with that, just like to put that to the floor. But thank you again to our procurement team who do a wonderful job.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions or comments? Councillor Bishop.
Just a quick comment to say that when local businesses see opportunities that are available through the contracting plan process, when tenders are released, please do contact council, go through the proper process, make yourself eligible and do apply. We are very keen to make sure that the local businesses do support our work in the city and vice versa. So if there's ways that the organisation can assist, the most important thing you can do is comply and be aware of your opportunities and obligations. But thank you very much, and thanks to the team for all the good work they do.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mitchell, anything else to add?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mayor.
Right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Talty? Just those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
The motion's carried unanimously. We now come to 13.5, the Media Relations and Speeches Priority Guideline Review. It's coming back again. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Is that Councillor McKenzie?
No, I'd like to move option 2, please. That Council resolves to adopt the updated media relations speeches and official messages priority guideline as outlined in attachment 2.
So do I have a seconder? Councillor Mitchell.
That's attachment 2.
There is an amendment. I was sent to all councillors. Is that not what's being moved?
It would be as amended if that, as amended.
Okay. So I've just been advised that amendment has already been sent around to councillors.
Yes.
It's from Councillor Talty, and bringing that up on the screen.
It was sent to you. I know.
Oh, sorry, when was that sent around?
But that's, is that not attachment 2 already?
No. It was just what was discussed on Monday morning.
Right, so we're just getting the amendment up on the screen.
Why can't I find it today?
So, sorry, from that.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the amendment now on the screen is if an opportunity to be spokesperson is not taken up by the Mayor, delegation of spokesperson will be in the following order: Deputy Mayor, relevant portfolio representative or divisional councillor as appropriate. If all aforementioned elected representatives decline the opportunity to be spokesperson, the media item will be issued as a council statement without spokesperson unless otherwise directed by the CEO.
Is the blue still in? The blue line through it is still in.
So there's a bit of blue there without a line through it, so that's is that still in, or is that? There's extra wording coming in now, or no? Okay. Oh, okay, so we're just getting a larger version up on screen. Councillor Boglari?
The change that I thought we discussed was simply that previously it just said portfolio representative, and I had asked for or divisional councillor as appropriate to be put in. I just thought... That's what we did. No, but you've crossed out part of it now as well, unless all the blue is still in there.
If I can.
That's what I'm trying to clarify.
That's not changed. That's in the Act. So you don't need to overtly state that. It's just a fact.
So I'll just read it again. Well, you can read it. You can read it there in the bold now, underneath. So if an opportunity to be spokesperson is not taken up by the Mayor, delegation of spokesperson will be in the following order: Deputy Mayor, relevant portfolio representative or divisional councillor as appropriate. So, did you have anything further, Councillor Boglari?
I was just wondering, there must have been a reason why officers had in and the Mayor does not nominate an elected representative for the opportunity. Why has that been taken out? Is it not needed, or because the officers put it in there? Maybe the CEO can ask why. I mean, it was in there. We're taking that out.
Yeah, perhaps we can. Actually, I'm just concerned about the implications with the Act too. But could we get some input from the? Yeah, if we could get some input in response to why that's changed and how that correlates with the Local Government Act and the provisions within that Act.
Thank you, Mayor. So that change was in direct response to the feedback that we got at the councillor briefings on Monday, and that was the revised language that we were asked to include in option 2. It's not a substantial change, so there was no real concerns from our perspective around that.
Councillor Boglari.
Sorry, where's she gone? Too quick, sorry. No, my question was previously it had, if not taken up by the Mayor and the Mayor does not nominate an elected representative for the opportunity, that part in blue was in there previously. I didn't realise that was being taken out, and I'm wondering what is the difference. The officers had obviously put it in for a reason. I'm asking the officers about that one, please. Should that stay in there?
Well, that was not the changes that we were asked to reflect based on the conversations out of Monday's workshop. So that was why that was taken out. It was originally in there just as a process step. So it's really at your discretion as the Chamber of how you'd like to manage that.
Would that still be the process if the wording we've got now, because under the Local Government Act, the Mayor can do that, but we've got it here now, if an opportunity to be spokesperson is not taken up by the Mayor, delegation will go straight to the Deputy Mayor. So is that step now omitted? Please, can we let the officer answer?
My understanding is in version 2, yes it is.
Yes, version 2. Sorry, yes it is what?
It is removed, it's omitted.
Yes,
in version 2.
It is omitted, and what is that change then? Does that mean it then goes straight to the Deputy Mayor?
That is correct.
Well, that wasn't the change that we asked, that I understood from the workshop. The only change I understood from the workshop was it remained as it was, as per, I believe, what the Local Government Act says, but the only part that was supposed to be changed was divisional councillor was supposed to be put in there too.
That was my understanding too, thank Councillor Boglari, but I'll defer to the acting CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, and thanks, Courtney, for your efforts to respond. Version 2, as you can see, did have where it's been crossed out. So following the workshop, there was a second version that did reflect the feedback in the workshop that day, and that was to make the change that included the Deputy Mayor as a spokesperson. So it would have previously read, for option 2, if an opportunity to be spokesperson is not taken up by the Mayor and the Mayor does not nominate an elected representative for the opportunity, delegation of the spokesperson will be in the following order: Deputy Mayor, relevant portfolio councillor when one is appointed, divisional councillor where relevant, portfolio representative or divisional councillor is appropriate, and then the next sentence continues as normal. We, as officers, issued 2 versions of the report. We issued option 1 and option 2, and they are tabled with the report. And then I think what you just heard was the Deputy Mayor noted that she had moved an amendment to option 2. So what you're seeing on the screen is not what officers had proposed. It was the amendment that the Deputy Mayor moved, and I understand circulated with all councillors. I wasn't copied to that email, but I understand was communicated to all councillors that she was letting you know in advance that she was going to move this amendment. So this has just been tabled with you now. It's the first time councillors are seeing this in this format because it came through as an email. So it's an amendment to option 2 for the change that the Deputy Mayor foreshadowed via email, I think she just said on Monday afternoon. So the motion before you was to adopt option 2. That was what was moved as I understand it, and that's why I mentioned at the time I think it was amended, and then we've just seen that the motion's come up on the screen that says as amended. And so just for the point of clarity, that's what the amendment is to remove the cross-through bits in blue. That's what the Deputy Mayor has moved as her amendment.
Okay, so just to clarify, the amendment that the Deputy Mayor has made is to remove, and the Mayor, so the opportunity for the spokesperson, if an opportunity to be spokesperson is not taken up by the Mayor and the Mayor does not nominate an elected representative for the opportunity, and that part of the Mayor being able to nominate someone, that's been removed.
That's the recommended amendment. And just to close out your other query, Mayor, if you'll indulge, I could ask our General Counsel to provide advice. You asked before about delegation under the Act and the Mayor's ability. So, Andrew, would you be able to address that part of the question that I haven't covered?
Thank you, and through you, the Chair. There is nothing in the Local Government Act that prescribes that the Mayor is the media spokesperson for Council, so this is a policy decision for Council to consider.
So in relation to delegations, though, under the Act, the Mayor can delegate certain responsibilities?
Thank you, Chair. Correct. Under Section 12, I can read that section for you if you like. That subsection 5 says that a councillor who is not the Mayor may perform the Mayor's extra responsibilities only if the Mayor delegates the responsibility to the councillor. The extra responsibilities listed in Section 12 does not include a media spokesperson. Again, this is a policy decision for Council to consider.
Councillor Bulgari, yep.
Sorry, just to finish, this is not what I remember as being spoken. And it was on, I've got all my scribbles from when we spoke about it. It was actually over on this page, 2 of 7, and it was under official speeches and official messages, where it does not mention, it just says for other official messages, if the Mayor does not take up the opportunity and does not nominate an elected representative, the Deputy Mayor will be offered the opportunity. If the Deputy Mayor does not take up the opportunity, a relevant portfolio councillor where one is appointed will be offered the opportunity, and that's where I had asked for divisional councillor where relevant to be put in, and I've got it circled and arrowed. That is where the change was to be made, and that was the only change I was aware of, and I apologise when this got sent to me and it said changes are made. I took it on face value that had been the change. Not over here, but it was simply there for the divisional councillor, if it is a divisional councillor issue, that they have that opportunity to speak. So I'm a little bit disappointed that it has come different to what was discussed.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Yeah, so I'm now noting too that removal is the part where the mayor has the ability to be able to nominate an elected representative. That's been removed now. So any other questions? Councillor Bishop?
Yes, a couple of questions. The wording portfolio representative or divisional councillor as appropriate, what's the decision-making framework for what is appropriate between the deputy mayor, the portfolio representative or the divisional councillor?
Through you, Mayor.
That's my first question.
Yeah, if
I may,
okay,
through
I'll
the
just
chair.
refer to the officers. I'm not exactly sure the specifics of that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So the portfolio councillor, where relevant, would be where one is delegated for that area of whatever the topic is that the media release or media response relates to. And similarly, it would be if it was relevant to the division for which the councillor is the representative.
And the deputy mayor?
The deputy mayor, I understand, has a number of portfolios as well.
Yeah, but what would be the decision trigger between whether it's the deputy mayor who gets quoted or the portfolio representative or the divisional councillor?
It would normally be based on the issue, and it would be around whether it was a citywide matter, in which case you would probably defer to the deputy mayor. If it was related to a specific matter, so environment or sports or whatnot, it would potentially go to the portfolio councillor, and then if it was neither of those and it was relevant to a specific division, we would normally defer to the divisional councillor.
Yeah. While I acknowledge the General Consul's suggestion that the mayor is not prescribed in the Act as being the spokesperson for council, I think it's generally understood that that is the case. It's often simple and straightforward, and I think what we're adding here is levels of complexity based on the portfolio structure, which is at this point not in alignment with council, and I am concerned that we are moving away from where we were at together in the workshop. So I've got some concerns about this. I did flag them the other day, but where we've moved now is even further away from that principle-based spokesperson being the mayor and divisional councillor. I think we're in tricky territory, in my view.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. I've got Councillor Tolty and then Councillor Golley.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can make a comment at this point in the standing orders, is that all right?
That's fine.
So it was my belief when I was trying to simplify this that this only applies when the Mayor declines to make comment, and I have just been corrected by our legal counsel, because it was my belief that that was basically stating the bleeding obvious, because the Mayor can delegate whatever they want to whoever they want at any time. So I didn't believe it was needed to have that line in there, and I was trying to make it a simpler thing. It wasn't designed to remove anything, it was just designed to make the language simpler. And as Councillor Boglari read out, it was a very convoluted way of saying it, and so we've just got a simple list there, which is, you know, this is the order we go through. So that was the purpose, and it's still my belief that, you know, if the Mayor's asked to say something and she suggests to someone that they go and speak to someone else, they're not going to say no. Thank you.
So, Councillor Golley.
Thanks, Chair. I can't believe we're wasting so much time on this. It's very simple. The Mayor is the spokesperson for the organisation, unless the CEO decides to say something. Any organisation has a 2IC, that's the Deputy Mayor, that's the normal flow. This portfolio councillor gets a say and all the rest of it. It's so convoluted, right? It's the Mayor is the spokesperson. If the Mayor can't speak, the Deputy can act in the capacity of the Mayor, and then if it's divisional related, the divisional councillor is mentioned. That's what's happened over the last 10 years. This whole, you know, we're going to have this guy gets a lolly and I'm going to nominate that one to get a lolly because I don't like the other ones, but I'll give my mates a go. That's not on. It's the Mayor's the spokesperson. Any organisation has a 2IC, that's the Deputy Mayor or the Deputy. They are the two primary spokespeople, including a divisional councillor. we are splitting hairs so much and wasting time and money on this rubbish, putting officers through the ringer over this. It has got to stop. The Mayor is the spokesperson, full stop. If the Mayor can't represent and speak, she has the right to say, Deputy, take over, or refer to the CEO, or a spokesperson said, we don't all get a lolly just because you got a title. It's as simple as that. Bloody rubbish.
Just remind you of language in the Chamber.
Sorry,
Councillor
Mayor, I
Hyde.
withdraw that. But I've just, the time wasted over this particular issue is absolutely out of control, councillors.
All right, I do note that this has come back 3 times in the last 12 months, this particular guideline. So, yeah, three revisits to this guideline within the last 12 months. Councillor Boglari.
I'll try not to be convoluting and a little bit clearer. Can we make the changes that were actually discussed in the workshop, which was only to do that inclusion and not what perhaps the Deputy Mayor sent through, which she said now she realised mightn't have been quite right. So that's clearer. Make the change which was decided in here with everybody.
Through you, Chair, I disagree that it wasn't discussed, and I don't think that's. I think that's important to put on the public record.
Wasn't in here with everybody.
So we have a live motion. So Councillor
Mayor,
Boglari,
I think you've given people a lot of leeway here, and that was through Councillor Boglari, through you to Councillor Boglari. That is not my recollection. It might be Councillor Boglari's recollection. And that should not be on the public record as fact. If we have different opinions because we heard things differently, that's one thing. But a lot of commentary going on, I'd either put the motion perhaps or move along, because I agree.
Thank you,
we're wasting a lot of time on a very minor matter.
So you've provided your opinion, and Councillor Boglari has provided her opinion as well. So Councillor Boglari, and the issue that you raised, I think you'd have to request, because this is Councillor Tolte's amendment, but we have a live motion. So in terms of process, I think you have to put the motion unless Councillor Tolte accepts any change.
I'm not the mover.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Mackenzie.
No, I'm happy with what's on the screen. Thanks.
All right, so we have a live motion. So in summing up, the live motion is, and the changes that have been made, so it is if an opportunity to be spokesperson is not taken up by the Mayor, delegation of spokesperson will be in the following order: Deputy Mayor, relevant portfolio representative or divisional councillor as appropriate. If all aforementioned elected representatives decline the opportunity to be spokesperson, the media item will be issued as a council statement without spokesperson or spokespeople unless otherwise directed by the CEO. And this is a change removing the wording, and the Mayor does, there's an opportunity for the spokesperson not to be taken up by the Mayor, and the Mayor does not nominate an elected representative for the opportunity.
Point of order, Mayor, that's actually technically not correct, because what was moved was what was there.
Okay, so I'm reading out what was on the screen and crossed out. Yeah. So now we can put the... sorry, Councillor Mackenzie, did you want to say anything?
No, thank you.
Okay, now put the motion. Those in favour? That's Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golly, Councillor Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and Councillor Rendles online.
In favour.
And Councillor Rendles is in favour. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. So moving to agenda item number 14.1, which is response to the notice of motion, notice of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. It's a council resolution 2021/159. Mover for the officer's recommendation, Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mitchell, do you want to speak?
Yes, please, and I'd like to bring us back to some really exciting news in progressing further the Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project. This brief report today is honouring the resolution we made to bring back the project functional scope and associated resourcing requirements to this meeting, because that's what was nominated in the resolution. However, given the timing and the significance of it, this report is fairly light, but points very deliberately to what is coming, the key decisions that will be made by Council, risk management, including a probity advisor to be appointed, what land and otherwise might be included into the project, and the various milestones that we expect. So I'm really excited to see this moving forward. Please do read the report and have a look through what is coming, and the interest out there in the community, both by residents, developers and visitors, has been very significant since we've put this in process. And I thank all councillors who did help to bring this forward, and I look forward to the Cleveland Revitalisation Project continuing into the future, and reports to future general meetings that will keep our community informed at every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions, comments? Councillor Boglari.
I'd just like to make a comment because we had a Cleveland revitalisation plan, I think, when I first got in 2008, and we've tried various things along the way. For a long time now, it's been a little bit stagnant, trying to encourage outside investment and that into here. I know it was something that you were passionate about to get up and going in Cleveland, and I am just really glad to see that after 10 years or a little bit more, that we're trying another method. And I'm hoping that the community, not just the business community, but the wider community, economic community, see this and get on board with it. Good to see it started.
Yeah, so it's a question of priorities. I think, it's been on the books for a long time, and I see that the master plan has been around for a long time too, so it is an exciting opportunity. Any other questions or comments? Anything extra that you would like to add from a few seconds ago, Councillor Mitchell?
Just a thank you for your support in May, Mayor, for helping to bring this forward.
All right, now I'd like to put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. All right, agenda item number 14.2, which is the 2025 Local Government Association of Queensland Conference and motions. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Bishop.
I would like to move option 2, if I may.
So we're moving option 2, bringing that up on the screen.
So in moving option 2, which is to the council resolve as follows: to endorse the motions identified with amended attachment for submission to the Local Government Association of Queensland for debate at the 2025 annual conference, and then the other dot points, which is the same as option 1. If I can speak to the reason why.
We need a seconder first. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hughes. Councillor Bishop, if you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, as discussed in our workshop the other day, there were some questions raised in relation specifically to motion 3, and there was an opportunity to ask some questions of officers, which I did, and allowing them to consider and reflect on the wording in the document. These are the officers' words, and for the sake of clarity, because we've got there are 10 motions that are going to the local government conference, I would just like to ask, if councillors have not had an opportunity to go through these in detail, whether you would like to step through that or whether you would like to ask any questions of officers. I suppose what I can say in summary is that the discussion was to try and just make sure that, actually I'll speak to the item if I may, just noting that if anyone's got any questions to ask the officers, I think it's really important to note that This normally, motions to the Local Government Association are often to do with infrastructure or hard infrastructure requests. This is about something quite different, but it builds upon the incredibly important resilience and disaster management work that is happening in Redland City, which is gaining a lot of attention and respect among the industry, and it's looking particularly at the opportunity for human responses to disasters, looking at response, recovery and enhancing resilience. Because when disaster strikes, the physical damage is visible, but the deeper impact on identity, connection and well-being often goes unseen and unsupported, and it can leave a lasting impact that lingers for people affecting communities. It often takes time for them to process and learn together. What this proposal is asking is that we advocate for a state-led, cross-agency initiative through Arts Queensland and associated organisations to empower citizens who can share their own stories, document lived experiences and note ecological changes in the landscape as they preserve local memory and build resilience. Why does this matter? And it's because storytelling, culture and creative expression is both the most ancient and proven way that people process trauma. They restore social bonds and build lasting resilience. These just aren't just soft benefits, they can be essential building blocks for a healthy and cohesive recovery. So importantly, this motion calls for a central coordination across existing institutions that relate to libraries, museums, cultural bodies. It's not a new bureaucracy, it's building on the things that have worked very well in our city in the past and calling the state's attention to increasing this. So Redland City is already seeing the value of this approach in community response to recent events, particularly on the islands that took the brunt of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. And this motion is simply positioning our city as leaders in this space, calling on the state to invest in what is working and allowing other communities to benefit from that learning. So I encourage you to support this so that we can allow our community to, in a way, help put Humpty Dumpty of a broken community back together when disaster strikes. So after speaking with officers yesterday and seeing their edits in response to the feedback, I do support this motion. And if anyone's got questions, I encourage you to refer to the officers now. These are not suggestions I made, they're response from officers. So I just think that's worth mentioning. And I really do think that the work that we've been doing in disaster management is a leadership space that we could put on the local government conference agenda, and a lot of other people can benefit from work that is happening here and that we can continue to advocate for. So with that, that's my take. If anyone's got questions for officers, please feel free.
Thank you.
I'll just mention that as the portfolio representative for arts, culture and heritage, it was suggested that I should take the imprimatur to follow up with officers, which I duly did. So I just want to give you the opportunity to ask officers so I'm not influencing you and I have not influenced them.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mitchell?
Just permission to comment. It's not a specific question, Madam Mayor.
Are there any questions? Any questions? No? Go ahead, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Bishop, for highlighting one of the motions. But seeing as that's been done, I thought our community might be very interested in some of the hardware that we are actually trying to advocate for as well, and bring it back to the disaster space. In motion 2, one of the things that out on our islands in particular, but also on the mainland, our energy infrastructure, well, not our energy infrastructure, the state's energy infrastructure proved pretty feeble. In some ways. So we're looking to strengthen the energy network resilience through calling on appropriate funding. And also if I can link motion 4, which is increasing state and federal government funding for active transport infrastructure back to our city. We're very proud in our city to be offering significant investment to things like footpaths and safety for pedestrians and equitable access across our centres and city. We punch above our weight in putting our money where our mouth is with some funding of anywhere from 10 to 15% of our transportation budget in. whereas the feds and the state, I think the feds are less than 1% and the state dribble around 3 or so. So this is just asking them to do some of the heavy lifting and across the state to improve equity of access for pedestrians and those with disabilities, etc. And all of us, 100% of us are pedestrians every day, and so this is this motion, which hopefully becomes local government policy, is seeking to support that hard infrastructure and policy position. So just a couple to highlight, along with Councillor Bishop's excellent highlighting of another motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I do agree. We've got 10 motions here and some with big impact. I'd also like to thank everyone for the support in relation to motion 10, which I raised around improving integrity for the councillor conduct complaint process, seeking to provide advocacy in relation to taking the complaints process back to the OIA rather than bringing matters here for councillors to decide. So that is motion number 10, and we have 10 motions going back to the LGAQ conference. All right, so I now ask Councillor Bishop, do you have anything to say in Councillor Mackenzie?
Sorry, can I just have clarity on just that last statement that you said? We just propose these motions. It doesn't necessarily mean that they go to conference, though.
No, well, proposing.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarity. Councillor Bishop, do you have anything to say in response, or to sum up rather?
In summing up, just acknowledging that one of the very important things that was identified was the disaster resilience funding request. Many communities found themselves needing to revisit their appropriate places of refuge in relation to cyclone rating. It's very important that we all get support for safe places for people to congregate during an event where something like ex-tropical cyclone Alfred came through. As other councillors have mentioned, these are Redland City Council advocating toward the Local Government Association of Queensland Conference. It is hopeful that these will get up. There are other matters relating to planning, but I encourage the community to know that we are supporting and advocating at the state level through the conference for these, and I hope they are supported at the conference. And we also need to note that there are some councillors who will need to go. Do we need to clarify those councillors at today? That's a later point.
No, I think that's already...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, been through. So just for general information, there are 2 voting delegations, and that's myself and the Deputy Mayor. And now I'll put the motion. Those in favour? So that's... And Councillor Rendell's online?
In favour.
That's carried unanimously. Oh, okay. So agenda item number 15.1. Change to development approval for multiple dwellings. It was 48 units at 218 to 220 Middle Street in Cleveland. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. As noted in the report, a development permit was approved in 2022 for an 8-storey apartment building at this location, and so the developer has now applied to add a 9th storey to the already existing approval, and it's this just additional storey that we're being asked to decide on today. So this change application was reviewed under the Planning Act 2016 and City Plan. The main issues looked at were the building's height, how it fits into the streetscape, and its impact on nearby residents. And although the building will be taller than what's usually allowed in this zone, other buildings in the area already go up to 8 storeys, and there's other proposals nearby for similar height. A visual impact report found that the extra storey would have a minimal effect on the look of the street and wouldn't block views or light for the neighbours. Privacy and overshadowing issues were also considered minor due to the design and setbacks. The building will still meet the car parking requirements, and the already approved existing services such as stormwater, sewer, waste collection can accommodate the extra units. While City Plan doesn't fully support taller buildings in this location, I've said it many times, City Plan is now out of date for the amount of growth we have experienced in recent years, and obviously our city plan is now being reviewed and redeveloped. Additionally, the South East Queensland Regional Plan 2023 and the state developed Redland housing strategy encourages higher density living near key centres like Cleveland. So this change application supports more housing choices and helps meet future population growth. So overall, even though the proposal doesn't follow city plan exactly, it fits within the broader planning goals of South East Queensland and doesn't create negative impacts. So planning officers are recommending that council approve the application with conditions in place, and that's what I'm asking for support today for the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be speaking against this today, obviously, and I'll be, if I'm hoping it does not get supported, and I'll be moving option 3, which is a refusal, if that's the case. I appreciate it's against the officer's recommendation, and I thank the presenters today in public session for their work. This was another change application going from the 8 to 9 stories from 44 to 48 units. I called this application in for seeking your combined input and oversight today to ensure that my community's interests were front of mind in this decision. As we heard from Pastor Grieve this morning, policies and procedures do matter, but so do people. And it's the people in that local area that I'm asking you to see this application through their lens. Councillors, do remember that those of you that were here at the time, the application that was approved for 8 stories was also an impact assessable application, and all of you that were here at the time understood those community concerns that we needed to prosecute at that stage, but there was an approval. To the local community, this is double jeopardy. They're going through the same pain again. They're no happier and they're confused. They don't know, they don't understand how this can come back, and the same reasons that were prosecuted are in front of us again. The height, the streetscape, the visual amenity are relevant assessable matters today, and I'm asking you to reconsider them. The residents in adjoining complexes of Cascades, Bayside Gardens, and even the Redlands RSL put in submissions that were against this application. They raised concerns around things like access to sunlight, and it's pretty miserly if 3 hours a day of sunlight is what the acceptable level that we approve is. They're still concerned with the bulk and size of the building, and they believe it still dominates the streetscape and the visual amenity. They still have genuine privacy concerns. Their concerns are still very genuine, whatever the officers and the experts have said. Further to that, the high volume of pedestrians in the area, with the increase in traffic assumed, they're worried that there's going to be further impacts on the large number of tourists, residents in the adjoining towers, school and entertainment facilities in the area like the RSL and cafes and even the Bolo just down the road. They're worried that this council, agreeing to this today will further set a precedent that conflicts with our city plan are brushed through without consideration. These are not small concerns of that local community, and I'm asking you to put those people at the heart of your concern today. Council itself acknowledges the height conflicts with the city plan and is obliged to refer to those state interest matters in the South East Queensland Regional Plan, the problems with population growth, housing supply and affordability. And I recognise these things, but this is unfair for council and local communities to solve on their own. We need the state and federal support in these matters. The local infrastructure around that ferry terminal and tourist area is still inadequate. So if the state interests are asking us to demand further population, where is that infrastructure to support that? It's not the local residents' fault that that's not provided ahead of time. That's other people's fault. It's not theirs. So I hold the view as local councillor that the new application should be refused in respect to those matters that are still live in the local community. So I urge you to see this through their eyes today. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? Councillor Boglari? Sorry, Speaker for. Sorry. Speaker for.
I was just going to ask if there was an officer here that could give an overview.
I'll just exhaust
on this one when we can, please.
Yeah, sure. So we'll ask those questions. So I'll just move through. So speakers for. Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've all had issues with the city plan over the previous years and how things are now more performance-driven than obviously prescribed outcomes. I always look at it through the lens of the P&E Court when I look at a development application. I appreciate the gentleman coming in before and doing his presentation. I'm a much more bigger fan of infill than I am of greenfield development. Cleveland makes a sensible place to put this kind of development. It's at a railhead. It's got amenity, it's got all the things, and you can just see around Cleveland how these high-rise units are going to continue. Now, if I was living in a high-rise unit, like I pull your audience towards the Gold Coast, for example, have you ever stayed in a waterfront unit and you look down and you think, wow, how long is this view going to last? Because those people in front of me are probably going to build up in front of this unit. It's just a fact of life that units are going to appear. More and more people are transitioning to units because they're less expensive than buying 4 and 5 bedroom homes, which are basically out of the reach of anyone. And we're looking to increase housing in the Redlands, and I think this is a really good way to do it. The building is of a lovely design. The top floors are reset back. It makes very little difference to the previous application. And I just think in the interest of Cleveland, in the interest of not going to P&E Court and losing this thing, that I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Speakers against? All right, any questions? Councillor Boglari.
Oh, if I may, through you to the officers, this has already been approved. Just Councillor Mitchell just... the rest of it. But Councillor Mitchell just said height, streetscape are accessible today. I thought it was only that one floor.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. The Planning Act sets out how we need to assess other change development applications. So in the context of this development application, we're considering that original approval and the impact of the change that's being proposed. So that's only that additional floor, essentially. So, yeah.
So when I had a look over it, the concerns of the residents are mainly due to the bulk which is already existing, not so much what is going on top seems to be recessed, and I didn't think that would have privacy or shading issues, and it doesn't really affect the streetscape. So some of the concerns of residents I felt are more with the already approved part of the building, not this part, not this one floor.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. And, I've listened to obviously the comments today, and they're both valid points of view. But what I can say is that obviously officers have fully considered those concerns expressed in the submissions by the residents. That's part of our duty in assessing the development application to consider those. We have obviously considered the city plan and the intent for the precinct. And, again, we've acknowledged that it's not entirely consistent with the intent for the precinct. However, what we have had regard to, as Councillor Mitchell and I think Councillor Mackenzie have acknowledged, is the SEQ regional plan as a planning instrument, more contemporary planning instrument, obviously looking to increase density. We have had an assessment of the streetscape and those impacts on the streetscape, and that additional story is not considered to be unduly impactful on the streetscape. So having considered all of those matters and the conflict as identified, with the city plan, we've given more regard to that more contemporary planning instrument and therefore recommending approval for you today.
Councillor Hughes.
Oh, thanks, I was just getting in the line. Pardon me, thank you, Michael. The speaker this morning that addressed council talked about yield, and we've heard about yield previously, but from a council perspective, that's not something we take into account. I think he was indicating very broadly or subtly that without that extra floor height, those extra units, the viability of building that unit complex is in doubt. Is that something that's come up to council previously, or with regard to this development I'm talking about? Thank you.
Okay. When you say to council, you mean to council officers? Yes. Just to clarify, yes, there were submissions from the applicant's representative in respect of kind of yield and financial considerations. As per the Planning Act, we can have regard to relevant matters if we consider are appropriate. In this instance, we did consider it, but we didn't think it was determinative on its own to influence a recommendation that we put before councillors. So we've not given it any particular weight in our assessment. Okay. And that is outlined in your report, I believe.
And further to that, with council officers not including the weighting of yield, it also falls to council laws that when we are voting, we are not considering yield of a developer at all, even though it was raised this morning.
Well, I'd make the distinction between yield and financial implications. There's a distinction here. Yeah, I mean, we are assessing the impacts of the proposed development, which means 4 extra units in a storey on those, building height, streetscape, amenity. But financial implications, I would advise, are not a relevant matter to give weight to.
Any other questions? Councillor Bishop.
You're just acknowledging the parameters that we need to look through is that we do have an existing approval, and the change is for 1 floor setback, 4 units. One of the questions that I did ask yesterday with those extra units, whether there could be an extra parking allocation, and from what I understand, officers advised that they were previously above their minimum requirement for the parking, and even with these new 4 extra units, they are still within their limits. Can I just get clarification on what the parameters are? Are they still above now, or are they just on that threshold?
That's correct. The car parking standards for the development are expressed as minimum standards. So, in effect, the original development approval provided more car parking spaces. So they are entirely consistent with the acceptable outcome in the city plan for parking provision. We've also, they incorporate some cycle parking on the original approved development application, which is still proposed as part of this development application.
And I was going to acknowledge that mobility and active travel in Cleveland makes perfect sense given the proximity, and as Councillor Hewlett has mentioned, it is one of the few areas in the city where this particular product is being delivered, and I do understand and acknowledge that the market is supporting that. So I do need to look through the lens, and that's why I'll be voting the way that I do today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Bishop. I too acknowledge the state planning requirements and also our need for further accommodation within Redlands and further options, and the fact that the building has already gone through an approval process and the density that then assists to bring to those nodes that we've talked about, increasing accommodation options around our centres. I just have one question just to close out in terms of risk. So if this motion isn't successful today, or the approval of the application, what does that pose in terms of risk, if any, to the organisation?
Thank you, Chair. So if the development application were to be refused today, and then with any development application there is a risk of an appeal against the decision, that obviously has to be enacted by the applicant and or a submitter in relation to the appeal, so it's possible for a submitter to lodge an appeal against the decision as well. As with any appeal, there can be a risk of an award of costs against the organisation if it's considered the organisation's acted frivolously or vexatiously. Now, that could include, for example, if you can't defend a reason for refusal that you have made on the development application. So that is a risk moving forward if an application is refused and it cannot be supported in due course.
And just to close out, so in officers' consideration of recommendation of this proposal, that's part of the consideration too?
Well, we make an assessment of the development application in accordance with the Planning Act and the requirements of the Act. Obviously, if there was an appeal lodged in due course, we would give relevant advice to council should that eventuate.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions? Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Just confirming that if councillors do decide on a refusal today, it's not refusing new dwellings and new residents, it's then the applicant would be able to just fall immediately back on an approved 8-storey development in that location. So it's really just a refusal of the extra floor. Just to clarify that, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. There's still an existing approval.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right. Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to sum up?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation. It's Councillor Boglari, Golly, Hewlett, Tolte, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop. Councillor Rendell's online.
In favour.
And myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Hughes. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 15.2, which is community grants and sponsorship review. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? So Councillor Hughes moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Hughes, do you want to speak to the motion?
I do. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Wrong one. Councillor Hughes.
Yes, community grants and sponsorship review. This has been something that we as councillors have been banging on for a long time for a review, and especially myself. So I want to give a shout out to our team, Monique and Brooke and the entire team. The proposed changes, upgrades, amendments, and bringing our community in line with relevance to these grants has been deeply appreciated. It's been a long journey, and I think that you can see all the changes coming through in the report very clearly. Don't want to talk to those in the specifics, but our community, they don't rely on us, but they look to us for that hand up, not the hand out. So when we are giving out our grants, we are not giving a hand out. We are literally supporting our community with a hand up. So this is really great stuff, and I'm very thankful and commend. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Any speakers against? Any questions or comments? Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for officers, which I did forward through with some advance notice. My question is about the rapid response grant, which is effectively open year round, and it says in the report that that funding is available until funding is exhausted. I have some concerns about the merit-based distribution of funding in this program. Is it merely going to be a first-in, first-served basis where there may be applications which come in for funding later on towards the grant year, which may have more merit? Could you just talk to us a little bit about the process of determining the criteria for that funding, as I feel like there's a little bit of information lacking in this report for the visibility of that.
Thank you, Councillor Colley, for your question. Through your chair, yes, the rapid response grant is a merit-based process. So it is the one thing that we didn't have in our grants program, which was basically you apply, if you meet the criteria, then you're able to be funded with that. So it is a first in, first case scenario. Often our grant programs aren't fully expended. So as the year moves through, if we find each round as the other rounds, the other categories as we move through, we will be able to transfer some funds and make them available. But it will be a first in, first served basis.
And as a follow-up to that, is there additional guidelines or some other documentation which will provide some direction for how those decisions will be made?
Yes, thank you. There will be some additional guidelines that come through. So once, if this is endorsed today, we will move forward to a guideline process. So that will give us a lot more detail on the actual items that will be eligible, which we will distribute that out through councillors for feedback and comment. So that information will be available, and it will be publicly available as well.
Okay, can I ask why the guideline wasn't included with this report here for us to have that visibility and for the public to see that as well?
Sure, thank you, Councillor. We do need the policy endorsed first before we can actually present that guideline for a little bit more clarity.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the good work that officers have done in response to the themes that have emerged in our community, and acknowledging that there's a number of different categories. And part of one of the themes that has come up is that there are quite a few organisations that apply on an annual basis for what seem to be one-off grants. One of the opportunities is to allow those to have more of an annual rolling program. So I encourage community groups to be aware of these various opportunities. One of the things that I think is important for us to consider, and I'd like to ask officers, is some of the allocations. For example, the signature events has up to $60,000 grants available. And one of the concerns I'd like to flag and just ask how we're going to earmark certain portions of funds. So if there were a number of organisations that applied for that and it depleted the entire pool of funds available across the whole rest of the city, how are we going to bracket those and make sure that there's equity across these different strands, and also make sure that there is equity in the distribution going forward across the city, so the usual suspects who might apply don't deplete all those funds and mean they're not available for others. If I may, through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. Yes, that is a risk that we do face. That signature events are signature events that we're already holding in the city, many of them. So we will strategically manage those with the allocations over a multi-year funding proposal. There will be a slight ability to include other signature events, and we will revisit the budget after the first year of the trial of this program and see how it's going. We'll bring those back to you.
Yes, thank you. I think managing that risk is a very important part of considering this new pathway. And a couple of other thoughts is that what we want organisations to do is ultimately use this as a hand up rather than a hand out, and to encourage the sustainability of any events that people undertake, to make sure that they are going to do whatever they can to get broader support and not rely forever on the council funding, but this is to advance things going forward. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the very good work that our community does. This is a response to that. And so thanks to officers and to councillors for the feedback, and to all the good work that is done in the community. And also, there are still Regional Arts Development Fund grants, and there are still councillor small grants and mayor small grants. So this is part of the grant process, but it's synchronising and synergising all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? All right. Councillor Hughes, would you like to sum up?
Thank you. For clarity to our community, the current year will continue as is, and the officer's recommendation here is to cease the delivery of the community grants and sponsorship program from 31st December 2025. Don't want anyone to panic about what they're doing tomorrow. Carry on. Soldiers, carry on. And if this is supported, we're endorsing the Events in Redland Coast and Stronger Communities grant program to commence 1 January 2026 next year, ready to go, be well organised, and we're looking to see these changes come to fruition with some timing. That gives our community 6 months to understand where they are at now, have a look at what's on offer and those nuances that we've just spoken about, and be ready to go 1st January 2026 for a new year, a fresh uplift. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Aye, yes.
That's motion's carried unanimously. So agenda item number 15.3, which is a proposed Queensland State Housing Code. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mackenzie, seconder. Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. The Building Act 1975 sets the regulations for building in Queensland through the Queensland Development Code, known as the QDC, including standards for the placement and design of houses and structures like sheds and carports, referred to as MP 1.1 and MP 1.2. And these standards have been in place since 2010. However, these regulations are now considered outdated and don't reflect modern housing trends, leading to more applications being sent to councils for review. So to fix this, the Queensland Government has created a draft Queensland Housing Code as part of its Building Reg Reno initiative, aiming to simplify and modernise the standards, which will also reduce admin costs for councils and homeowners. The draft has been released for public consultation, and this motion seeks approval for the Group Manager of City Planning and Assessment to make a submission on behalf of council, generally in accordance with the submission points presented in the report. And the main points include clarifying the legislation instead of removing flexibility to suit local area needs. So right now, local councils can make changes to some parts of the QDC, like setback distances and site coverage, through their planning schemes. However, the draft Queensland Housing Code would limit councils to only changing building height and parking rules. The state claims this change is meant to reduce confusion, makes rules easier to understand and keep things consistent across Queensland. However, council officers disagree with this approach, arguing the QHC shouldn't be mandatory. Instead, it should only apply when a local planning scheme doesn't have its own regulation. They believe local councils are better placed to make decisions that suit their area's unique needs. Officers are concerned that a one-size-fits-all model won't work well and want the government to focus on simplifying the rules rather than removing flexibilities. Officers also note that there's still uncertainty about how much of the new code will be mandatory and more clarity is needed. Also in there is both secondary dwellings and PDAs should follow the same QHC rules as other housing to ensure better planning, fairness and consistency. The QHC excludes secondary dwellings like granny flats from its design and siting standards. This means only the main house is regulated, even if both are under one roof. And the QHC also does not apply to PDAs, which are regulated separately. Council is concerned this could lead to inconsistent planning outcomes across the state and reduce clarity for both councils and the community. The proposed changes to setbacks in the draft QHC raise concerns about potential negative impacts on streetscape character and residential amenity. The changes include reduction in front setbacks, open carports built to the front boundary, and an increase in rear setbacks that may limit dwelling design and optimisation of the lot. Built-to-boundary walls are not limited to only one side of a boundary lot, so this allows built-to-boundary walls being built back-to-back, which can negatively affect visual amenity and reduce privacy. They can also create maintenance challenges, as walls built directly on boundaries can limit access for repairs. Council supports the building height provisions in the draft, these being the same acceptable building height is nominated across all lot sizes, with taller proposals requiring assessment by council. Site cover on lots under 450 square metres has been increased in the draft with a sliding scale approach proposed. And while a sliding scale approach is generally supported, the proposed increases may impact amenity and privacy. Council suggests further consideration is given to achieve the right balance. And the QHC could also be applied differently in greenfield and established areas. Existing neighbourhoods have their own character and streetscape that locals want to keep, while new developments can more easily follow updated design rules since there's no existing layout to work around. The QHC should be flexible enough to protect the character of established areas whilst setting suitable standards for new developments. The Queensland Development Code hasn't been updated since 2010, so the proposed changes are long overdue. And to avoid the new Queensland Housing Code becoming outdated too quickly, it should be flexible and able to adapt as housing trends and community needs change. Council suggests it would be good practice to review the QDC more often, such as every 5 years, to keep it current and responsive. There are also some minor technical issues in the draft QHC that have been noted by council officers, and they're also listed in the report. Once endorsed by council, officers will complete the online submission survey, which closes on the 31st of July 2025. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any speakers against? No? Any questions, comments? No, now sorry, Councillor Boglari.
I'd just like to thank the officers for the amount of work they would have had to do in this and going through it. I know, having gone through city plans myself, when these changes happen, the impact residents mightn't realise until it happens on the block beside them. But I thank the officers for having our communities back on many of these points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Renders. You've got your hand up.
Yes, I do. I'd like to also commend the officers and Councillor Mackenzie for the presentation. One of the things that I do think needs to be called out is the importance of submission matter number 1 on page 411 of the report, which is the one focusing on moving away from a one-size-fits-all and council being able to retain the capacity to enact local regulations. This is critically important in an island environment, particularly with lot sizes of 500 to 700 square metres, the requirements for septics, trying to keep trees, things like site coverage, wall-to-wall coverage, setbacks, alignments. There needs to be the capacity to vary these depending on the site and to also meet environmental concerns. So I fully support this motion.
Thank you. Any further to add, Councillor Mackenzie?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right, now put the motion. Those in favour? And Councillor Rendell's online?
Aye.
Motion's carried unanimously. Move along faster now. All right, agenda item number 16, 16.1, which is a Tropical Cyclone Alfred event in recovery. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Tolty, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Tolty, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Council has previously received a report about the disaster response to Tropical Cyclone Alfred. The report today highlights the subsequent recovery efforts. It also provides assurance to our community that we have plans in place to continue to deliver the longer-term recovery activities, including our more complex tree clearing, and improve our resilience for any future events. The recovery phase has been led by the Redland Local Recovery Group, who report to the overarching Local Disaster Management Group. The recovery group officially stood down last week, 7th of July, after achieving key milestones in developing the future plans being considered today. Recovery activities have become part of business as usual resourcing for our council. The recovery group stood up on Wednesday the 5th of March in lockstep with the LDMG, the response group, and before the cyclone had impacted. This allowed us to plan early, provide strong advocacy for the needs of our residents, fast-track our immediate recovery and avoid more significant impacts associated with delays. We have since received feedback from the appointed state recovery coordinators that it was a textbook approach and demonstrated the best practice theory of starting recovery planning at the same time as response. Council has participated in the SEQ district recovery groups with lead agencies and impacted neighbouring councils to leverage collaborative regional responses. Council's disaster recovery governance arrangements reflect the state and national principles by having 4 functional subgroups who work together: human, social, infrastructure, economic and environment. Over the last few months, we have conducted more than 3,000 safety checks on council assets, collected in excess of 40 tonnes of food waste and odorous waste, coordinated a citywide curbside green waste collection, supported 4,600 plus residents at local community recovery hubs, matched 400 donations of essential items with requests for assistance, distributed more than $13.2 million in personal hardship assistance grants to 64,700 residents, connected with 500 businesses, supported Open for Business campaigns and beach clean-up, tested our recreational water quality, completed proactive mosquito treatments and inspected our key habitat and bush care sites. And this is just to name a few of the actions that have been covered. There were significant challenges in sharing public information about recovery during the prolonged power and telecommunication network interruptions. Council used more than 30 different channels to communicate with the community through that period. Council's Facebook page was still an important channel, recording 1.77 million impressions across 147 published posts. Redlands Coast Today website had more than 274,000 views and over 189,000 active users. Dedicated recovery web pages went live on 11 March, providing critical information on topics such as financial assistance, food and green waste collection, sandbag disposal, mosquito safety and fire ant warnings. These pages were viewed more than 10,800 times and had 6,200 active users. Community recovery hubs provided in-person options to provide information, and council officers also contacted sports clubs, community clubs, vulnerable residents and businesses via 500 plus phone calls to check impacts and connect them with support. Physical welfare visits were undertaken for residents severely impacted with no communication access. These fantastic outcomes are a result of a collective effort with the LRG supported by other levels of government, sector stakeholders, community groups, businesses and our own council teams, complementing the many informal volunteers in local neighbourhoods who were active across the city. As Chair of the LRG, I would like to thank all council officers involved in helping our city through its recovery from Cyclone Alfred. You have gone above and beyond for your community when many of you were also personally impacted. I will call out my trusted LRG members, in particular the subgroup chairs who led the recovery for their areas, Tracy Cook for Human Social, Natasha Coomer for Economic, Jessica Poole for Environment, Bradley Sultan for Infrastructure and Paula Shearer in Communications. Once again, this has been on top of their regular roles, and their networks and relationships have been critical through this period. We have partnered with more than 45 agencies, businesses and community groups to get the help where it's needed and get Redlands back on track. And I extend a sincere thanks to all for their dedication. We received such positive feedback about the unique level of collaborations in Redlands recovery. Endorsement of the event-specific recovery plans today will ensure we maintain a community-led approach to recovery and keep ourselves accountable for longer-term actions still to be delivered from learnings from the event. Advocacy is one of these key actions to strengthen the city's disaster resilience and capabilities, including investment in telecommunications resilience, upgrades to places of refuge and evacuation centres, a purpose-built disaster coordination centre, flood warning, infrastructure and rainfall creek gauge networks. Our learnings from TC Alfred will greatly assist with all of these considerations. It is important to note that while the green waste pickup, and that's...
Councillor, just letting you know that you're at 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just wanted to note for the community, Mayor, that Council acknowledges there are still a great many trees down from Cyclone Alfred. And whilst the recovery group is now stood down, and for many the cyclone is a fair way back in our reverse mirrors, the clean-up is ongoing and is expected to take probably another 6 months. So just wanted to note for the residents that seeing this come through today does not mean that council is not coming back to clear up that tree or that root ball of the tree that came down. It's just that they're working their way through the best way they can in a priority list. And they have at least 10 external subcontractor groups working to help them, as well as our own tree services people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions or comments? Councillor Bishop and then Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, just a huge thank you to the officers and also the integration with our broader community. Everyone worked together, both in preparedness and in response and recovery. And I'd just like to go back to that motion 3 from the Local Government Association conference, which is strengthening human and social resilience through arts and cultural partnerships, because there's extra work that is happening right now, particularly on North Stradbroke Island, through the North Stradbroke Island Historical Museum, where people who were living on the ground, who bore the brunt of that cyclone, were actively working together without any communication, without any contact with the outside world, making on-the-ground iterative changes, keeping each other fed, supported, safe and and connected. And I think that work, which is being documented, which will come out in time, will parallel with the good work that this organisation has coordinated. And I think that will resonate and continue to be seen as an exemplar, because it is being integrated with very skilled people on the ground. And so just acknowledging the people on the islands who have worked together. I know that island councillors will be testament to the way they all work together. So just acknowledging the work with community and officers through all this. Thank you for the good work.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mitchell.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'd also just like to thank very much all the officers involved and people involved in the recovery group and the leadership of that, for Councillor Tolty. I did want to bring my questions back to the economic recovery, and again on North Stradbroke in particular, and that's not for a second diminishing the rest of the city impacts, but Australia was incredibly hard hit, and I thank Natasha Coomber and the ED team for their engagement over on the island with the Chamber and others, and thank them for finding the NSI Open for Business recovery funding. But the recovery has a long, long way to go on that island. They have been decimated, and the tail's going to be very, very long. So without getting down into the weeds of what we don't know, and I appreciate there's going to be advocacy and other things, but are any of the officers able to give any concrete idea of what support is going to look like for the townships of Straddie and the businesses of Straddie? Is there anything in train that they can have some comfort in, or is it we're hoping to advocate? Because I know council can't do it on our own. The state government should be here noting Destination 2045, the Olympics coming, and state ministers and many others who have repeatedly referred to Straddie as the jewel in the crown of Moreton Bay tourism. They deserve that state support. But is there anything concrete officers have got at the moment as a beacon of hope for the businesses on Straddie?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question, and through the Mayor for the answer. Look, you raise really important questions and issues that certainly Council and the Economic Development team are aware of. We have sought through all of the levels of government any funding of opportunities to support ongoing initiatives, including businesses directly. That would include the NSI businesses, and we certainly continue to chase those. At this stage, Council has no additional funding for programs over and above what we do in our BAU activities at the Economic Development team to continue to support businesses. So we, of course, can direct our efforts more focused to those areas if that was a decision of Council to hyper support the NSI businesses. But as much as we would love to support more and more businesses more generally in response to the cyclone, at this stage we don't have any funding from other levels of government would allow us to do that beyond what BAU activities we currently do.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? I add my thanks to everyone as well. It was a huge event, and as outlined, recovery goes on for a lot longer than the event itself and takes some time to get back to a business as usual perspective. And we do know that, as Councillor Tolty said, the collection of green waste and dealing with that, particularly on the island communities, is going to take some time. But I too want to thank everyone involved. It was once again an amazing team effort right across the whole city and beyond, for all those visiting teams and for each agency that we dealt with right through this process, from watching this cyclone come through right through to the point where the recovery group has stood down and beyond. So I too want to thank everyone involved. It has been a massive effort. So yeah, thank you. And with that, I put the motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tolty, anything to say in summing up?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right, we now put the motion. Those in favour? And Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That motion is carried unanimously. So we now move to agenda item number 17, notice of intention to repeal or amend resolutions. I've not been advised of any notices. And so we move to agenda item number 18, which is notices of motion. I understand there are 2 notices of motion in the agenda today. Councillor Boglari, over to you in relation to your motion.
Oh, thank you. There's an amended motion I sent through.
So we're just checking that that's the one that's up on the, oh, here we go. It's coming up on the screen now.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the amended motion up on the screen.
Yep, I'd like to move that one. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, look, I won't read the couple of pages that I had in March to read. It all still holds very true, but I've listened to the councillors' concerns about the previous motion, advice in a CEO email, and I acknowledge work on informative financial literature. Thank you very much. That has been produced since March for the community. As I believe my intent for councillors to have greater understanding, strategic alliance, reducing risks and a greater understanding on future budget and funding challenges, these are inevitable given the resource restrictions that we're having at the moment in the economy, project commitments and ageing infrastructure. If to achieve this understanding and knowledge, the majority of councillors are comfortable with a workshop, perhaps half a day workshop I think might be an idea because there's quite a lot to get through. I have altered the notice of motion but kept the intent because I think it's imperative at this stage that we do this work.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Any speakers against? Any questions or comments? Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Councillor Boglari for her collaboration with councillors to put something before us today which really highlights some of the challenges that we as a local government face and the importance of looking forward into the future and making sure that we do take financial responsibility for the capital projects and the renewal of infrastructure that is ahead of us. So thank you, Councillor Boglari.
Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. And again, through the Chair to Councillor Boglari, I think what's really important about this, after having just gone through a challenging budget, is that what we have on the slate in terms of our future aspirational and ambitious corporate plan really needs to be considered through a lens of viability. I think officers, with all of the material that has been released and the work that they do annually to keep us on track with our sustainability metrics, is mighty work. The financial sustainability report that they've done this year is important, but what we need to do is revise our own expectations about what we think are going to be deliverable projects. We really need to make sure that condition assessments are done before we do revision of our assets, before we do revaluations of our assets to identify the components of depreciation and suitability across the city. We have a city with a lot of ageing infrastructure. We have responsibilities over long time frames to manage that going forward. I'm really interested in both the capital and operational works and our plans. I think some of the trajectory of where we're spending our operational funding has grown in ways that orders of magnitude we might not be as visible or aware of, and we need to be really cognizant of where we are overspending, how we can identify what are the basics and make sure we get those right, how we look at managing our infrastructure, and we curtail what I think is a tendency to look at some of the big ambitious projects over the horizon and find ways to be more limited to reality about the amount it's going to cost us to deliver them, and also make sure we are in line with our community's expectations when we make promises or plans, particularly when we look at our corporate plan revised going forward. So I really am very grateful to Councillor Boglari, and I highly recommend that we apply the sustainability framework for Queensland local governments as a measure so that we can really identify what are our basics, what are the essentials, and make sure that the nice-to-haves and the glittering things that we sometimes want to deliver have got a business case before we proceed with them. And I hope that we can do that better for the next budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Guy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Wendy, for bringing this. Just through you, Chair, does this will this correlate with what you're bringing as well, with your review?
So this is, as I understand it, this is a one-day workshop. Yeah, it's a one-day workshop. So the others are an organisation-wide review.
So I thought it might have been an alignment of that. I think this is good, and I think we really need to start knuckling down and looking at what overall as an organisation we should be either keeping, or whether we can delve into other monies to save ratepayers without instituting levies and things like that. I think a restructure in a review aspect from this workshop, one of the key things needs to be, what are we actually holding on to, and what are we supplying a service to that we could either kick off to another organisation. And I refer to something that John Overhart said quite a few years ago now. Other councils, sporting committees who take on leases for sporting sites generally maintain their own site, whereas we're delivering a service at a cost to maintain those sites, where that in itself is a savings to ratepayers. So I welcome this. I also welcome the Mayor's review, and I think the sooner we can get onto it, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Councillor Baglari for collaborating with us to bring this towards a workshop, because the workshop over a full day, I would suspect, and we won't even touch the sides with one full day, because we're all looking at it from different aspects. Budgets and sustainability, as Councillor Bishop points to, are not just one aspect of either revenue in or operational capital. They are cut across every single aspect of what we do. And without getting down in the weeds too much today, and thinking about sustainability, our financial report today has us heading towards, despite the very best of all of our efforts and the impacts external and internal, towards a $12 million deficit. We know that sustainability, as determined by our state government and both our own fiscal hygiene, says that we can't keep delivering deficits. That is going to be unsustainable. So there's going to be some hard conversations done on whether it's cutting services, adding revenue, the inevitable rates, fees and charges rises. So these are going to be tough conversations, and sustainability isn't all about cutting things or not reaching out for things. It may indeed be we just need some more revenue in. Where we get that from is going to be a part of it as well. And it's challenging for our community, and we just acknowledge that. So I look forward to working together with everyone in this room to have those mature conversations.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Councillor Baglari. I know this is a change, and I know you worked with councillors from your initial proposal for a financial review to the one-day workshop providing councillors with information. So I hope this is really beneficial and the start of, I know, a new process in relation to budget discussions. As outlined by the other councillors, I do acknowledge the difficulties that council faces in relation to a number of issues which we saw play out in this year's budget. And I too am very firmly of the view that we have to have a really strong look at what we have on the books in terms of project delivery over the next 10 years and beyond. The commitments that have been made, the impact that has, and our service delivery, and we need to make it very focused for our community. Obviously, impact on rate rises have a huge impact right across our city and beyond for other people in other councils as well, but we particularly have our own unique set of circumstances, so we're really going to have to pay attention in future budget considerations. So thank you, Councillor Baglari, for bringing this, and I look forward to the one-day workshop and more discussion. Councillor Bishop.
I do have a question. Various people have spoken about a half-day or a one-day workshop. It just mentions a workshop. I think the substantive nature of the significance of this deserves some further clarification. I just want to ask, do we need to have that clarified? I know we've got many budgets proposed, budget workshops coming up.
Councillor Baglari.
I thought surely as 11 responsible adults, we would be able to work out what was needed, and if we did half day, we'd be able to have and it wasn't sufficient, we'd have another half day. I didn't want to put that in because I didn't want to stipulate a whole day or any time if that wasn't sufficient. I just think the CFO is having a lot different budget process this year with a lot more workshops in it, and I didn't want to be tying their resources up either, but I am trusting that the message is sent by your councillors on this, and we would work just together with the council officers, not to waste time and resources, make it work when we have it, and just see what we needed. I didn't want to put a time on it.
It's imperative, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Did you have anything further to say? No? All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That's carried. Now we move to agenda item number 18.2, which is a notice of motion by Councillor Colley. Over to you, Councillor Colley, to move your motion. Sorry, seconder? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. This motion has been presented today as a response to the petition which was presented to Council on the 21st of May requesting that Council installs a nativity scene at the lighting of the Christmas tree event at Raby Bay Harbour Park. The response that Council provided to that petition was that Council's Christmas celebration priority remains creating activations and events that are a joyful and inclusive celebration for everyone in the community. Council does not currently have a plan for a Christmas nativity scene. I was rather disappointed with that response, and I would suggest that truly to be inclusive, as we suggest we would like to do, or should I say as council officers suggested with this petition response, we would acknowledge and recognise that the most recent census showed that 52% of Redland's residents who listed a religious affiliation identified as Christian. To be truly inclusive of their beliefs, we should ensure that acknowledging the historical significance of Jesus' birth for those who choose to do so is not off limits. I'm not suggesting in any way that everybody has to celebrate this way, but we certainly shouldn't ignore the fact that many in our community choose to do so. Irrespective of how individuals may choose to celebrate Christmas, Christmas is a religious celebration. Indeed, the word itself, Christmas, means Christ's Mass. It is impossible to utter the word Christmas itself without there being a religious connotation. Being cognizant of budgetary restrictions and the tough financial climate that we are living in, my proposal today will incur no huge cost to Council. Minor administrative processes would be all that is asked of Council to ensure that community can deliver a nativity scene at existing Christmas events which are run by Council. I really think that this is just common sense. I really think that this is not a huge ask. Just last week, we celebrated NIDOC Week, headlined by a council-delivered event at Raby Bay Harbour Park. Now, it would be ridiculous if we run that event without acknowledging its origin by recognising Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island culture. Likewise, would we host a Diwali event, the Hindu Festival of Lights, but refuse to engage the Indian community, giving consideration to the fact that this very event is an important part of their culture? Of course we wouldn't, but this is what Council is expected and has historically done for our Christmas events. Delivering this to cater for the large proportion of our community which identify as Christian, it doesn't upset anybody. It doesn't put anything or impose anything on other individuals who don't choose to celebrate this way, but it is an acknowledgement of the historical significance of Christmas to our Christian community.
Thank you. Speakers against? Any questions or comments? Councillor Colley, do you want to sum up? Actually, sorry, before you do, I just have a question. I'll just ask this question too. The resolution says to acknowledge Christmas is a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ. What acknowledgement are you seeking council to make?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I've heard a lot of ridiculous things said in this chamber, and one of the most ridiculous to me is that Christmas is non-religious. As I've just explained, the word itself cannot be said without a religious connotation. So I want to put to bed the suggestion that a Christmas celebration is not about the birth of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so just if I could, so what are you actually seeking council to do? Because the first point, it just says to acknowledge Christmas is a celebration of Jesus Christ. Are you asking council to do anything but allow the application for a nativity scene to be placed?
Well, by endorsing this resolution, it is an acknowledgement that that's what it is. We've heard many times that council doesn't celebrate Christmas in a religious way, but to the best of my knowledge, that's not a decision or a suggestion that has been put forward by council. It is something that council officers have suggested.
Yeah, so you're just asking, so you're not asking, when you say acknowledge Christmas, you're asking council to acknowledge Christmas, you're just saying that by adopting this resolution.
Yes, that's right.
And then the only practical thing that you're asking council to do is to, if an approved community group makes application, that they can install a nativity scene at the side of council Christmas events.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know a cost that's related to that at all? Is there any? No.
There is a minor administrative cost for administering an expression of interest process, which would need to be facilitated by the organisation, but the installation, the provision of the nativity scene itself will be done by community groups. I have been approached by several community groups following the petition in May, suggesting that they would love the opportunity to do this.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Boglari and then Councillor Mitchell.
I was just going to give a bit of history. I believe it was when Eddie Senator Juliana was here, under those times and before. Lizzie's shaking her head, so I might have the right mayor. There was a nativity scene downstairs in council chambers, so somewhere in our shed somewhere, there's probably one sitting, but it's never gone out since I was here. And I tried to find it my first term of council, but no one seemed to know where it was at. But I think this is a great idea because that also includes the community on board with it. So I think it's, I support it.
Any other questions or comments? Sorry, Councillor Mitchell.
Terrific, and I look forward to it too, and well done to Councillor Colley for bringing it forward. I know there's a number of people of faith in this room who were there. It was just back to the comment that is council or the resolution asking council to do anything else. I don't think so, but I think just an acknowledgement through the organisation. I know some of the offence, if there was any offence taken, was through communications externally from council indicating that it wasn't a religious event, and I don't think anyone's asking council to suddenly become religious, but just an acknowledgement that any communication, I guess, would be not dismissive of it being a Christian event. And because I know that is where some of my colleagues were a little bit put out, that they felt that that was being dismissed by the communication. So it's not a direction to any officers, but that was just, I think it's implied, but I'd hate to see any other communications go out of the same ilk.
Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to commend Councillor Colley as well. Nothing I detest more than when you're watching these American shows and they don't even, it's all happy holidays. Like if we're not culturally advanced enough to acknowledge what Christmas is, what it stands for, like every other religion around the world tends to do, I think it's a travesty, really. I would definitely support council even funding a nativity scene because I think it's really important because it is Christmas. And if it does offend people or people are concerned about it, then we should be offended by every other religious ceremony as well. We're a multicultural society, and Christians are a very big, large part of our society. So I think acknowledging what it actually stands for is really important. So thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Bishop? Councillor Bishop first and then Rendells.
Yeah, just thank you. And thank you, Councillor Colley and everyone. I think the question and clarification around dot point 1 is important, that to acknowledge Christmas as a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ is an absolute fact in historical terms for the Judeo-Christian fraternity. And at the same time, as that's an absolute truth, there's also a pluralism that is applied to many other people for whom that may not be their lived experience or their chosen belief. And I think with the spirit, in the spirit of Christmas, in that spirit, the acknowledgement of this, which I think Councillor Colley is bringing to everyone's attention, at the same time holds a range of different views, and some for a range of different reasons, historically, culturally, or even by choice or circumstance, or positive or negative experience. Lots of people have views. They're not all going to agree with that, but absolutely agree with the notion that Councillor Colley is putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Rendells.
Yes, through you, Mayor. I would also like to thank Councillor Colley for this motion, and particularly the sensitivity with which he's put it in respect to this is acknowledging, as Councillor Bishop said, a cultural truth. You know, Christmas does celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, but it's not at the expense of other faiths. And I think this is a particularly important issue that has been noted by Councillor Colley in his preamble, and I congratulate him on that. We know in our community that it is often people of faith who are the first, not the only, but often the first and the organised groups to step forward when there's a need. Whether it's Christians, whether it's Hindus, whether it's Sikhs, these groups from their organised churches come out into the community to help, and that we do not expect to see, and I'm glad to note that we do not see in our community, that this takes place in one group trying to do so at the expense of others. So well done, and I think it adds to our multicultural and pluralism of belief in Redlands.
Thank you. Councillor Colley, do you want to sum up? All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendells online?
Yes.
The motion's carried unanimously. We now move to urgent business 19. Not aware of any urgent business.
If I could, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Tulsey.
It's occurred to me when I moved the deferral of 13.6 earlier in the day, it hadn't occurred to me, but Chair and councillors, with your indulgence, there were 6 councillors raised to have a suspected conflict of interest in 13.6, and from an administrative perspective, those councillors may wish to have that matter resolved in accordance with Appendix 6 of the Standing Orders, including ability to continue to participate in any meetings or discussion on that item until it returns to Council for decision. Leaving them hanging with that conflict put out today and without having resolved their conflicts makes it difficult for them to move forward with it, knowing that they already have confidential documents and so forth. So with your indulgence, I think that we really need to resolve that matter before the day's out. Councillors, the options would be to reopen that discussion or to each make a declaration asking to remain in meetings and be able to participate as you see fit.
So we were working through the Appendix 6 items. Councillor Boglari, you raised that you hadn't had time to go through the report, though, and I'm conscious of that as well.
Sorry, I'd read the report, but I then had to read it in greater detail considering I was voting one of 4 on a conflict of interest. I'm gathering that hasn't changed at the moment, unless you've had time to read, so I'm just conscious of appropriate decision-making and allowance of time.
If I may, Mayor, nothing's changed when the vote was taken on the previous matter, so therefore everyone's on an equal footing.
Yeah, it's determined, but it was raised as an issue. So, Councillor Colley.
Chair, in the interest of fairness, I think that it's unfair that 5 remaining councillors have this hanging over their head till an undisclosed date. An allegation has been made against councillors trying to participate with a conflict of interest. I think the due process would see that we do have an opportunity to respond and we don't have to wait for an undisclosed period.
Just refresh my memory now, because there was a lot of discussion around this item. Whose motion was it to defer? Okay, all right. Councillor Tolty. So brought the.
But what we deferred was 13.6.
And the remainder of.
I did say that. Apparently that wasn't the way it's done. So suspending the discussion at item 6, and you can get officers to advise. My understanding is, although I said that wasn't part of the motion. That was just basically an agreement by councillors to move on, because you can declare a conflict at any time during a meeting and you can bring it back administratively at any time during a meeting. So it's not actually to rescind or change the motion to defer. It's just simply to reintroduce the discussion so that those councillors can have resolution administratively before the day is out.
Clarification, I believe we were given legal advice that after considering the first point, we were able to pause. That's what I had thought we were given as an update.
Councillor Bishop, thank you. If I can, to Peter to provide response. I thought I didn't take part in that, but I thought that was the resolution was to defer the 6 and 13.6. But again, yeah.
Through you, Chair, my recollection was that the decision was to defer 13.6, and effectively in doing so we paused item 6, but we haven't deferred it, so item 6 could be reopened at any point in time for the purposes of clarifying any of those conflicts of interests.
What my point was that I thought we were given advice that we could pause after considering the first of the various 6 conflicts. That's what I had thought we did.
Okay. Well, I guess we've got the answer from Peter to provide where it's at from the organisation's perspective of what's been recorded. I guess my question to you, Councillor Boglari, are you in a position to be able to make an informed decision, given that you raised that as an issue before?
I'll have to be.
All right. Okay, we've already got a resolution done, and before us, pardon?
Could we've been in here quite a few hours now. Could,
have a break?
Just 3 minutes, 5 minutes?
Yes, sure.
Long enough to get a cup of coffee?
Yeah. All right, so it's now 4:42 and we're back to the original issue that took a long time. So if we have a break for a 10-minute break. So move it to adjourn. Thanks, Councillor Boglari. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor
Aye.
Golly, Hewlett, Mackenzie, Talty, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, myself, Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
And those against, Councillor Mitchell. Motion's carried. We'll kick back off. All right, we can I have a mover and seconder to resume the meeting? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Tolte. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. All right, so we were in urgent business section or agenda item number 19, raised by Councillor Tolte, who had previously sought to defer a matter, and now we're looking to bring back item number 6, which is the matter of declarable conflict of interest. So I've been told that we have to, can I have a mover and seconder that this item is urgent business? So moved by Councillor Tolte, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. And then I'm told that I have to... Yep, okay, cool, excellent. All right, so we put that to the vote. Those in favour? This is Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Goley, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, and Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes, yes.
So if it's urgent business, those against? Oh, okay. Those against? Councillor Boglari and myself. Motion's carried. So now the officers... Oh, I've just been asked if we will consider altering the order of business because we have officers in the room and we've got 2 confidential items. So if we could deal with those and let the officers go and then come back to this one. So...
Do we need to go into confidential?
Yes, I do. You do? Yes. Yes. All right. So in that case, can I have a mover and seconder that we move or alter the order of business to deal with the confidential items 20.1, 20.1 and 20.2, and then resume with item 6. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Boglari. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. We'll move to go into confidential to deal with those 2 items. So can I have a mover and seconder that we move into confidential? Pardon? Yeah, we do too. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, we're now moving into the confidential portion of our agenda in accordance with section...
It's on the screen.
Sorry?
It's on the screen. You have to read it out.
Yep. That council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting. You want me to read this out?
No, just the first item and the second one.
Oh, okay. So we have to go through the 2 items that we're moving into confidential for. So the council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 212 to any point 1, which is a strategic property acquisition. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied the discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations related to a commercial matter involving local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Do I have to keep going? All right. So can I have a mover and seconder in relation to moving that agenda item into confidential? Moved by Councillor Bishop. Seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
So that is carried. And then in relation to the second matter, agenda item 20.2, update on a current... I've just got to read these out now in accordance with the feedback that we've got from the Department of Local Government. So agenda item number 20.2, update on a current Queensland Conciliation and Arbitration Tribunal matter. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3E of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion on this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it relates to the legal advice obtained that by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government. Can I have a mover and seconder to move that into confidential? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Hughes. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
Motion is carried. So now we move into... All right, so we're now in close. We've just moved the motions into closed session, so now move into a confidential closed session. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. We are now... Yeah, just got to wait a minute. We're still offline. We're on? All right, so we're back. And so can I now have a mover and seconder to move back into open session? Moved by Councillor Bishop, moved by Councillor Mackenzie's hand up first. Sorry, second by Councillor Mackenzie. All those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online.
Aye.
So that's carried unanimously. So we're now back in open session and we are dealing currently with agenda item number 20.1, which is the strategic property acquisition. Can I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Colley. And I put the motion. Those in favour? So it's Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Tulty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Colley, Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop and myself. So the motion is carried. The agenda item number 20.2, which is update on the current Queensland Conciliation and Arbitration Tribunal matter. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Tulty. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. Right, so now we return to agenda item number 6, which is declarations of conflict of interest. And we're back to dealing with appendix number 6 and dealing with these matters. So I'll move through them. So we dealt with, in order, we dealt with Councillor Tulty. So Councillor Paul Golle. Sorry, I'm just hearing that there might be an issue, so I'm just going to check. So I need a mover and a seconder that the discussion resumes.
No, we did it as an urgent business, Council. Now we need the second one is to.
All right, so moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour? Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
It's carried unanimously. You'll have to bear with me because it's been a long time and we've dealt with some matters in between. It's not that one. Oh, here we go. All right, so the commentary in relation to this raised possible conflict of interest is it should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in the outcome. That is, in the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct, such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned in a negative light, they would naturally wish to determine an outcome that would dispute those comments and vindicate them. Councillor Golle is mentioned in page 76, which in the new reference, on diligent reference, is page 63 of the BDO report, and therefore has a personal interest in the outcome. Pursuant to section 50... Can I finish, please?
I've got the page open. There's
Sorry?
no mention of Councillor Golle on page 76.
Sorry, 63.
Yeah.
So 76 was the old reference, and the new updated reference, as per the table, is 63.
If I may make a note for clarification.
Excuse me, if I can just finish. So the table that Chris provided earlier is the diligent board's reference, which is page 63.
Excuse me, Mayor, that is incorrect. There's a transcription error in the table. The diligent board's reference is actually page 76. If you go to page 76, you will see it there. Assuming your diligence board online is the same as mine.
So we've just triple checked this one. Chris, could I get you to speak to this?
Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
If we're looking at confidential attachment 2 for the suspected conduct breach, it is on page 63 of 273.
Attachment 2.
So we covered this earlier today, and Chris actually explained it earlier as well. But if we could go through again the attachment that we're referring to.
So it's listed in your diligent boards as item 13.6, confidential attachment 2 investigation report.
So can everyone hear that?
Attachment 2.
Confidential attachment 2 investigation report.
That's Wendy's. Oh, there's Paul Goller. Yeah.
Where?
I find it even more disturbing that.
Oh, actually, it's public anyway.
No,
they're public.
No, it's not.
If you go to page 76 on the online diligent boards, you will see it there. 76 out of 286.
So I think you might be in the wrong attachment.
Okay.
I am looking at the one where somebody is referred to vermin control in their post and then quoted from an email that was sent to the person from Councillor Goller.
We're back in open session, so be mindful of reference to any material that shouldn't be referred to in open session.
It's not redacted, Mayor.
But the reference that Chris has provided previously in the previous meeting before we went into confidential is the one to be referred to. So Chris, if everyone could just be quiet while we listen to the attachment that you're to go to.
Okay. So it is item 13.6, confidential attachment 2 investigation report. If once you've opened that, Councillor Rendells, you go to page 63, it starts with, at the top of that page, you'll see a sentence that says, utterly unbelievable. And then the post in question is the one underneath that.
So in relation to raising these issues, as per the legal advice that I have been provided, thank you. All right. Okay, so back to what I'm referring to. So in relation to the legal advice that has been provided in relation to the query about anyone's conflict of interest relates, as I said, to should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in the outcome, that is the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct. Such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned in a negative light, they would naturally wish to determine an outcome that would dispute those comments and vindicate them. As per the reference that we just made on page 63, now that we have the correct attachment of the BDO report, and Councillor Golly would therefore have a personal interest in the outcome of the complaint. So pursuant to section 150 EX subsection 2B of the Act, the eligible councillors now have to make a determination as to whether Councillor Golly has a declarable conflict of interest. Councillor Golly, over to you for a response.
Can we bring it up on the screen, please?
No.
So it's...
Sorry, Councillor Golly. Through you, Chair, because it's a confidential attachment, Councillor Golly, we can't bring it up because we're in open session. We could go back into closed session if you wanted to bring the attachment up.
Well, I don't know what the... Is it a post? What is it?
So
it's a public.
You've been able to refer to to the report.
Because what's on page 76 that I read is not what you guys are talking about.
63,
Someone
page
talking
63.
about you, not you talking.
Oh, so how do I have a conflict then if they're talking about
That's
me?
exactly what I said.
So it's up to you. You're providing a response, Councillor Golly. We're in open
Okay,
session,
so-
so it's up to you now to provide a response.
So I haven't made a post. I haven't lodged a complaint to the OIA. I haven't interacted on your Facebook page. So the fact that through an interview or whatever I've been mentioned, how does that make me conflicted? I haven't done anything. How am I in a conflict? This is not my post. So what's being inferred here is that, and I refer back to the legal letter where it talks about bias. Well, it's here. It's the letter. It's in the legal letter, Councillor Bishop. That.
Just a point of clarification, is that in confidential or is that in public?
No,
The legal letter?
I don't know.
Well, I'm just checking because if it's in confidential, we probably can't refer to it. I just want to clarify.
Well, is the legal letter that was released this morning?
Can I get a legal clarification, please? Because the information you're talking about is a printout from a Facebook post on your Facebook page with any person can go and read right now.
I don't know if they can. I don't know if the comments actually. I don't think it's there. So I don't think they can.
I don't know because I'm blocked.
So yeah.
So I'm failing to see how somebody else.
So I think that's your response. Yep. So thank you.
So I don't think I've got a conflict. I haven't.
So that's your response. And now.
In fact, your name's in that post as well.
So now can I have a mover and seconder? We've had the response from Councillor Golly saying he does not believe he has a conflict. So now mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. So, and the motion is obviously that the Councillor Paul Golay has a conflict of interest in relation conflict of interest as raised by Mayor Joyce Mitchell. Yep. In relation to item 13.6. So I now put the motion. Those in favour and those against. So. Did you want me to wait till you read? All right, so I'll give you a few minutes to read then, and then we'll take the vote. So I don't think it's up for we're now. All right. So if you finished reading, yep, you're all good. All right. So I now put the motion. Those in favour, and those against. Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Hughes, and Councillor Rendell's online. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rendell. Sorry, and those abstaining. Councillor Boglari and Councillor Bishop. So the motion is lost. And now we move to... So now, Councillor... right, so moving to the next one, hopefully we can just speed this process up. This argument is the same in relation to natural justice and personal interest. So it should not be a serious dispute if we could just work through this fairly quickly. It should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in the outcome, that is the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct. Such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned in a negative light, as they have been throughout this investigation, they would naturally wish to determine an outcome which would dispute those comments and vindicate them. So they have a personal interest. Councillor Mitchell is mentioned on page 94 in terms of the legal letter and diligent reference, the updated version that Chris and I left the room for with Councillor Mackenzie's adjournment. So it's the new page number is 81. So Councillor Mitchell is mentioned on page 81 of the BDO report, and he is mentioned in an unfavourable fashion, and he therefore has a personal interest in the outcome. Councillor Mitchell, over to you.
Sure. With your indulgence, I'd just like to make a bit of a statement to the community first. I didn't start this procedure, but I'm obliged to participate and to answer. But I'm ashamed at what's going on in this room. I'm ashamed. This is not City First behaviour that's been demonstrated today. And I apologise to the City. You deserve a lot better than this. That said, where mentioned in a confidential redacted report is nothing to do with the matter before us at 13.6. And even in the things that are mentioned in that, they have no relationship whatsoever to portfolios or indeed the matter before us at 13.6. And even if they were, I'm far from thin-skinned enough that these very minor things I've seen as negative in my view. So they're both unrelated but also minor, and they certainly weren't my statements. I've had no involvement in any of them, so I feel I have no conflict whatsoever and am completely unbiased in the matter coming before us because it's unrelated to what's been put in front of me at the moment. So thank you.
Has everyone actually, can anyone find what's...
All right, so we now put that motion. Mover and seconder for that motion. Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Those against? So those against are Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Talty and Councillor Hughes and Councillor... Councillor...
I didn't think I was allowed to vote.
You are now.
Yeah. So, taking that count again, those in favour... So those against? So Councillor Gollake, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Talty, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Rendles.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, sorry, Councillor still... He hasn't been dealt with. Okay, yep. Those abstaining? Which are taken to be in the negative. So Councillor Boglari and Councillor Bishop. So the motion is lost. And we now move to... So Councillor Rowan Mackenzie. All right, so I iterate. Going through this process, and it is a process, is following due process as set out in the Act. These issues are... Sorry, are you having something to say, Councillor Mackenzie? No? Just laughing. All right. Thank you for the record. So this is following due process as set out in the Local Government Act. and with legal advice. I reiterate, I submit that any councillor who has allowed negative publicity or publications on their own social media, which may contravene the Code of Conduct, has no standing to make decisions about my publications, and negative finding against me would support the views already expressed on their own and other social media pages. And Councillor Mackenzie has made social media posts on the 18th of March 2024 making negative commentary about me. It should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in the outcome, that is, the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct. Such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned in a negative light, they would naturally wish to determine an outcome which would dispute those comments and vindicate them. Councillor Mackenzie is mentioned on, and I'll provide the new page numbers, on page 42, 73 and 135 in terms of the new references. And given the personal interest in determining an outcome, and given consideration to natural justice in this process, I maintain that Councillor Mackenzie has a conflict of interest. And now, Councillor Mackenzie, over to you to make your reply.
With regards to the first part, in that I have a declarable conflict of interest because I have allegedly made negative comments about you on my social media page on the 18th of March 2024. That's not actually what your legal letter states, but complaint 2 is actually in relation to a breach of a council resolution. So to state that I have an apparent conflict because I have allegedly breached the councillor code of conduct, the two aren't related. If it was potentially a breach of the code of conduct, then maybe there may be a thin line drawn. I'd also like to remind the Mayor and her legal representative that if they believe I've breached the councillor code of conduct, you have an obligation to report me to the OIA. With regards to the apparent negative comments, these diligent references, Jings, I'm not that thin-skinned. One is just stating that I have the planning portfolio. One is apparently rumours about my political aspirations. And the third one is... Some other person stating a rumour. Is another person stating information. So I don't believe that those very generic comments about me on social media therefore creates a conflict in the matter at hand.
All right, so we now put the motion.
Am I allowed
Sorry,
to
mover and
speak to
seconder?
this motion?
No. So it's just the person. This is a declaration. So it's just the person.
Are we allowed
who's-
to ask
yep.
questions?
No, I don't think you are under the Act. No, so it's just a response, and then
You can ask questions.
Yeah.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So do you want a reference, a legal reference? Yep.
Through you, Mayor, there's a lot of chatter getting in this room. The community's already greatly embarrassed by us, and I would ask that they respect you as chair and speak one at a time and through the chair.
Thank you, councillors. While I'm trying to get information in relation to this issue, we have spent an inordinate amount of time on it with time out to go and do various functions. This is by far the most amount of time we've spent on, as is usually the case, I have to say, on any matter related to me in this chamber. So if we could move through it and be quiet and then try and get through it as fast as possible, given that it is now well after 6 o'clock in the evening. So...
You brought the motion.
Okay. So in reference to the question, if we refer to Standing Order 8.2.1, Councillor may, at a local government meeting through the chairperson, ask a question for reply by another councillor or an officer regarding any matter under consideration at a meeting. So that answers that question. All right. So Councillor Tolty, if you'd like to ask your question.
So, Mayor, I've looked up these three references. So you've just said we've spent an inordinate amount of time, and we know that it costs a great deal of time and money when we sit here, particularly when it's 6:15. The first of those references, which is hard copy 55, electronic copy page 42, is literally a member of the public copying and pasting from the minutes of our meeting onto your page, and you have listed that as a conflict of interest for Councillor Mackenzie.
So no, Councillor Tolty, it's the argument in the entirety. So you're taking piecemeal parts out of a legal argument. So this is legal advice that I obtained. Excuse me, let me finish. Councillor Tolty, Councillor Tolty, if you will let me finish and stop speaking over the top of me, and I refer to the standing order which I quoted earlier today.
Okay, so
8.1.6. Please just let me finish. So you're taking piecemeal. This is a process. So all we need to do now is Councillor Tolty has provided her response and we go to the vote. So I'm asking now that we move through this, given that we have spent an inordinate amount of time. I believe councillors feel surely that they have enough information to make their decision. They've already made a number of decisions based on this.
So you don't think that's petty?
No, I do not. I feel that this is legal advice. I feel it prosecuting it like this. I've not been the one that's gone through and gone through this process to this level. I think this is a process issue. We move through it.
Okay, so
thank you.
Letter reference 86, electronic 73, is some unidentified person repeating a rumour, word on the street, Roanne Mackenzie will run for mayor. You're arguing that.
Clarification, is this question about Councillor Mackenzie?
Yes?
She can. So Councillor Mackenzie has provided her reply, and I think if we can now go to the vote. As I said, you've already voted on a number of councillors with the same context. So
my question goes to the depth of analysis that was done on this and the amount of time that you felt was absolutely required in order to hear this today, when the three items that you have brought up in relation to Councillor Mackenzie are the two just mentioned, and a conversation on her Facebook page by third parties asking, where is the mayor? Is she on holiday?
Councillor Tolty, I sought legal advice on conflict of interest. I got legal advice on conflict of interest and I have raised it appropriately through the proper channels.
Okay, so
you are spending...
Point of order.
Excuse me. Point of order. Thank you.
Point of
Councillor
order.
Bishop, upheld.
Councillor
because
Tolty
again,
is not speaking to the motion. She is prosecuting the mayor. The question should be about Councillor Mackenzie at this point, surely.
Thank you. So yet again, Councillor Tolty, we've gone through this numerous times. This is a process issue. I have not spent the inordinate amount of time, and I find it highly embarrassing that it is being dealt with in this way. We are public facing. I have not sought the adjournments, you all have, and you have questioned, and it has gone on for a very long time in relation to a process.
Point of order, Mayor. Your tone and language is offensive. We have sought adjournments to seek legal advice against the allegations that you have raised against us.
This is raising a concern about a conflict of interest, Councillor Mackenzie, and it's a proper process.
Yes, and it's a proper process that we are entitled to adjourn a meeting. So
I think if we are going to go down this path, I think we need to, given that we are in the public forum, I think if you want a time out, we seek an adjournment and cool down.
Can I request that we put the motion and do the vote on Councillor Mackenzie's?
Thank you. Yep. Procedural motion.
Can I make a procedural motion?
All right, we now put the motion. So mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Hughes. Those in favour? For the motion? So for the procedural, to put the motion?
Oh, yes, because it's just a...
Sorry?
They're wondering if they conflicted or if they can vote.
No,
because it's just the put motion. They're not voting on the conflict of interest. They're voting whether you can put the motion.
Give me a second. We've got lots of conflicting advice in the room again, so I'll just pause to get some appropriate advice on how to proceed. All right, so we are now voting to put the motion.
But
So
there isn't a live motion, that's the problem that we've got. There's no live motion. There's no live motion. So we need a mover and a seconder with regard to the issue with regard to Councillor Mackenzie, which we've got on the screen. We can't put a put motion if we haven't got a live motion.
all right, so we have the motion. All right, so do we have a mover and a seconder for the motion to deal with this motion? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Hughes. I put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? That's Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Talty, Councillor Hughes. Those abstaining? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop. The motion is lost. All right.
Yes.
So I think it's a case of trying to progress through these issues. All right, so, and I reiterate again, same basis for same legal argument. It should not be in serious dispute that the council identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in the outcome. That is the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct. Such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned in a negative light, they would naturally wish to determine an outcome which would dispute those comments or vindicate them. Councillor Colley is mentioned on pages, so the 141 of the new and onwards, is it? Yeah, of 143. Yeah. Onwards, because in the original document it was 154 to 161. So I'm assuming it would have continued on. So there's a number of pages after that. So it goes on to, there's a number of pages after that, and it includes a post whereby commentary is made. So it'd be, instead of 154 to 161, it'd be 154 to 141 to 148, I believe. So there is actually a post which includes reference to another councillor in a negative light and an action that they undertook, and refers to me as well. So that'd be an error on the table.
Personal opinion on your page.
So excuse me if I can just, I'm finishing here. So the correct pages, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, it looks like we've missed some pages in relation to 154 to 161. So I believe that they would be, I don't have it in front of me now, so I believe that would be, because I think we were 13 pages behind. So it would be 141 to 148.
That is correct. We were 13 pages behind, and just scrolling through, it looks like it ends on page, 148.
Yep. Okay, so Councillor Colley, just to recap, is mentioned on pages 141, new reference to 148, and that's including commentary made about another councillor and myself of the BDO report, and he therefore has a personal interest in the outcome. That is the concern for the declaration, for the conflict of interest, declared conflict of interest. And now over to you, Councillor Colley, for your response.
I'm going to look straight down the camera and say how sorry I am for our community that this is how we do business. It is simply not good enough. I don't think any councillor wants to sit here to be going through this right now, but the Mayor has chosen to introduce evidence into the case file, which she is now saying precludes us as councillors from participating in this. We have had no say in the matter. I'm concerned that the Mayor has introduced evidence and then is trying to use the evidence she has introduced to say that we are unable to participate in this process. The Mayor has said that councillors may be interested in vindicating their own good name. An assumption that I am vindictive is highly offensive. It's an attempt to discredit me and to do reputational damage. I think this is outrageous. It's a ridiculous waste of our ratepayer funds, and I have absolutely no conflict of interest. I think this is a farcical waste of time.
I'll just correct one thing. I did not say you're vindictive. That doesn't appear in the legal advice.
There was a sentence that said that vindicating councillors' own good name may
Which doesn't say vindictive.
I never said that you said it was vindictive. I said that there is an assumption that I am vindictive by saying that there may be an interest in vindicting a councillor's own good name.
Right, so that's your response, and I now seek a mover and a seconder for the motion. Is that up on the screen? Yep. So moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Hughes. Those in favour, those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes. Those abstaining? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop. The motion is lost. And now we move to Councillor Rendell.
His name's on the list of 6. What's happening to 30? It's deferred.
You can put it back on the table. You can put it back on the table.
So, the 13.6? Yeah. All right. So the final councillor mentioned in relation to the appropriate raising of declarable conflicts of interest, which has been done many times before and has been done, no doubt, by councillors in this room in relation to other issues. So this is a process, as I stated before. It's about observing the proper process in the public interest, and any conduct in the room should be professional and should be exhibited for the community, and there should be a very clear, very concise and very professional approach to what is appropriately raising a concern about declarable conflicts of interest. So in relation to Councillor Rendell's posted on the 23rd of June depicting a graph with factually, which we believe is factually incorrect information, painting myself in a negative light. And in relation to the report where the investigator points out that investigative process must comply with natural justice and procedural fairness. Procedural fairness requirements continue throughout the decision-making process and they do not end at the conclusion of the report into the complaints. Natural justice requires the decision-maker to be free from bias, and as such, this must extend to the committee, to the council meeting and dealing with these matters. And then Councillor Rendell's, over to you. Just actually before I do that, it should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified within the complaint or subsequent investigation is interested in any outcome, that in the making of any outcome of the decisions, noting that some of the comments made online were of a group nature and councillors have referred to that group nature in the past, that is, the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct, such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. Accordingly, if a councillor is mentioned in a negative light, they would naturally wish to determine an outcome which would dispute those comments and vindicate them. And I have noted that councillors have referred to this group before. Councillor Rendell's I'm just speaking, if I can finish. Thank you. As I said, made that post and they are the arguments made. Councillor Rendell's, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, I'd like to convey my apologies to the community. These delays have been unnecessary. If this motion had been thought out more detail, we wouldn't have had to go and get more information. We wouldn't have had the confusion about the paging. We wouldn't have had the subjective selection of which councillors are identified or not. 6 have been identified. There are another 2 in here, Councillor Hewitt and Councillor Boglari, who have negative commentary against them. So it's not a matter that's forced. It's a course of action that the Mayor has chosen to pursue that has cost us over $2,000 an hour. In respect to the complaint about me, I would note that I do not appear in the body of the report. In the legal letter, the section under which I appear is declarable interest, both complaints. It should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified in a negative way within the complaint is interested in the outcome. That is, in the making of a decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct. Clearly, such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. At the introduction, the Mayor herself noted that this came under it. However, I do not come under this section, and I'm not provided at all in the cross-reference. Post hoc, after the investigative report, an issue has been raised about the accuracy of post. Excuse me. The accuracy of the post. That post looked at general residential rate increases. Having a statistical background and for many years being the senior data analysis and performance setting for government departments, I'm aware that sometimes people do make a mistake in information that's put up. I have reviewed this. The information comes from the published financial reports or the published annual reports of the council, and it shows the average general residential rate increase as reported in those annual reports for the last 10 years. That's statement of fact. It's not a factual error. That is a clear statement of fact. To provide an indication of comparison, I've taken the average general residential rate increase of the preceding 5 years. That's not an unusual approach, and usually a rolling 5-year average gives you a better indication of trend over time. To give some comparison of those time periods, I've noted the point at which the previous mayor stepped aside and the deputy mayor, who was then acting mayor, assumed control. And then I've indicated the point of the election in which the current term has started. Clearly, to suggest there's some factual error, the obligation is on the person making that statement to indicate where the fact has occurred. But even so, this chart or this little bit of data that has been put out there is about rate increases. It has nothing to do whatsoever about portfolio. As indicated, I'm the first to accept, and indeed, as we've gone through our financial reports every time over the last few months, I have sometimes picked up an anomaly or an error. And that's corrected, and people take it on good faith because you do this stuff and that's what's happened. But to imply somehow that it has something to do with my capacity to assess an issue in respect to portfolios, and it's got nothing to do with portfolios, I actually suspect that may well be retaliatory behaviour in respect to previous OIA complaints.
Clarification, is that an accusation of a retaliatory action?
No, I said I suspect. That is personal
I'll just seek
and
clarification.
subjective opinion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reynolds. I'll just seek clarification. So was the Deputy Mayor acting Mayor from 2022? Is that correct? So that's what Councillor Reynolds is referring to on his graph, that he said that you were acting Mayor.
Mayor, we're not litigating a graph, we're litigating...
No, I'm correct. I'm just asking
You're
because
being
he
petty,
referred
is
to
what
that.
you're being.
No, I'm not being petty, thank you.
That is, no, I'm happy to produce the source of the data. Those dates are from annual reports at the time. I wasn't here then, so I have used the annual reports of each year as the source documentation for that data. If you would prefer to adjourn once again, to go back and look at those reports, we can do it and produce the factual basis for that.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. So, yep, I think we're at time. I now need to ask for a mover and seconder for the motion. You got a question, Councillor Hughes?
I'm so embarrassed as well. What page are we on in this report, please? Because it's not on...
It's not in that report.
So, Councillor Hughes, as... So,
yeah, sorry.
Yep, you want to...
I've got to vote on this.
Yep.
And I've been following the debate and I've looked at each page
Yep.
you took.
Yep.
So Councillor Rendell's is saying he's not in here.
Yep.
But you're saying he is.
No, so that if you refer to from the legal advice, they're not reporting on the report. So the legal advice, you've got a copy of the letter. You can read it. We can just put the motion and deal with it.
Where's the letter? Give me the letter.
Mayor, the matter that Councillor Rendell's just responded to from your legal letter says it should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified in a negative way within the complaint is interested in the outcome, that is, in the making of the decision relevant to their own reputation and conduct clearly. Such councillors have a personal interest in vindicating their own good name. However, Councillor Rendell's is not in the report, so you've just made that legal argument in respect of him and he is not in the report, and I'm struggling to understand why this same statement doesn't apply to you in the overall complaint.
Sorry?
Well, it says it should not be in serious dispute that a councillor identified in a negative
I've
way.
declared my conflict of interest.
I've read in detail your defence of the complaint, and the same things you are prosecuting here, you excuse universally for yourself.
No, I don't.
Point of order. Are we talking about the motion?
I'm sorry. Again, I think we're way off topic. In the expedience of time, if we can put the motion and deal with it, because like I am embarrassed. This has taken an inordinate amount of time to deal with this issue today. So if we could put the motion and deal with it. So mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by... So, Councillor Hughes.
I know it's the last one. I know it's late. I know we're all embarrassed and we're not going to cry. What I don't understand is what I'm voting on. I don't look at Facebook.
So you're voting...
Just bear with me, please, Mayor. I don't have anything in front of me to vote on, is what I'm saying. I don't understand what I'm voting on.
So you're voting on whether or not Councillor Reynolds has a conflict of interest, and if you don't believe he has, then you vote. You don't vote that he has.
But I don't understand. It's just saying on a post on Facebook, but I haven't seen the post.
So If you read pages 1 to 7, which you've had since this morning, since it's handed out, if you don't believe Councillor Rendels has a conflict of interest, then you don't vote that he has.
Okay.
So can I put the motion?
Question.
Mover, Councillor Tolty.
Where does Councillor Rendell stand if this fails for lack of a seconder? Is he excused from having conflict?
Okay. So is there a mover to the motion? Moved by Councillor Bishop. Is there a seconder? Councillor Boglari. I put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Against is Mitchell, Golay, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley and Councillor Rendels online.
We are referred to as councillors. It would be nice if you referred to us as that way instead of
I said councillors and then referred to you for surnames.
I didn't hear that councillors bit.
Yeah, I did. So, and Councillor Rendels online. Oh, sorry. That's right. It's here.
I can't vote on this.
So, sorry. If I can have those hands again. Yes, I said councillors Mitchell, Golay, Tolty, Mackenzie and Colley. And those abstaining, Councillors Boglari, Hewlett and Bishop, and the motion is lost. And Hughes, the motion is lost. So I believe that concludes the agenda item number 6, and that concludes today's meeting. That got deferred. So I now close the meeting. Councillor Boglari.
Oh, sorry to delay it. What date did we delay it to? Defer it to, I mean? Is it the next general or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to a future statutory meeting.
I ask, is it possible to deal with that matter now? Is it possible to put it on the... Is it possible? Is that true? No, we've got...
I just asked that about an hour ago.
Yeah, just
so
through
that's
the
advice,
officers.
just to clarify for the record, could I clarify that advice?
Yep, that was the advice, Peter, from earlier today. To amend or appeal is a 5-day notice period.
Correct.
Yep. So that's correct, so 5-day notice. All right, for anyone that is still listening online, thank you very much. I now... please, councillors, ensure that your attendance is logged in diligent boards. What a very long day. Thank you for every staff member that's hung in there. And I now declare the meeting closed at 6:41 p.m. on the 16th of July 2025.